I was a little late because I was trying to figure out what was going on with stream meters because the auto pops up, but then it doesn't actually do the shout out. So I was trying to figure it out, but it didn't really. I didn't really figure anything out, so it didn't help. I'm gonna do my little bit of sorting in the beginning, allow people to trickle in before we get started. We are working on more of the Hogwarts Express. There we go. I'll figure it out eventually. Words are hard. Try to sort a little bit each day, and hopefully I will eventually be completely sorted a long, long time from now. I kept looking for a words are hard one. I couldn't find one. I had added more Legos from the big bucket to this little tray, but I didn't do that this time, and I think I should have. Because now there's not a lot in here, but that's okay. How is everyone doing this morning? I was in Carrot's stream before I started watching him play, I don't know, some kind of game. I don't know exactly what he was playing. I don't think he knew exactly what he was playing, but that's okay. Yeah, I just kind of was lurking in the background while I was working on my blog stuff and going through emails, so I wasn't like watching. But it sounded like he was enjoying it. There was lots of yelling at the screen, though, or at the game, though. Here are car keys. I have these in a bucket. The weather is slowly warming up here, but we did have some like freezing rain this morning, which does not help anything. Okay, flags. I know I had these in a bucket somewhere. I hate when I know I've sorted these, but then I can't find where I sorted them. pieces. You have a sticker, so we'll put you in there. No, that's not the right kind. This is, though. Ooh, a fletchling has appeared. It says Featherball will help you catch it. Have a greater chance of catching it.
You know poop is coming. But
What is with this poop commercial on
New Pamper Swaddlers with blowout
YouTube?
barrier helps prevent up to 100% of leaks, even blowouts. Fear no leaks with Pamper Swaddlers. Click or tap the link now.
Like, yes, I know poop happens. I have 2 children. Well, 3 children. I know poop happens. It's still a weird commercial. Pokey catch timer. Nope, I didn't type it in time. That is okay. Okay, that's... we can start a Stream Raiders because they've moved on to like a new campaign. So it asked when I logged in if I wanted to switch to the new one, so I just chose yes. So it'll be an easy battle. We can start. Oh dang, I should have looked at what it wanted me to do. Okay, give me a second. So I wanted archers and monks. Okay. Let's see. Do I have monks? I do. I'll place him there. And if you guys want to, it looks like Crazy's just about the only one in here. But yeah, you can go ahead and start, because like I said, it should be a fairly easy one since it starts a new area. Yeah. Okay, Lego, I'm tired of your like crazy multiple bags open at once here. It wants us to open bags 32 and 33. I just want one bag at a time. No chaos building. That's Carrot's thing. So we're starting on bag 32 and 33 out of 45. So we are dwindling down. We're getting there. The kids don't have school again today. So far, they've had no school all week. Today, because they were worried about the refreeze overnight and then the possible chance of freezing rain in the morning. So I do like that the school, they tell you why they chose to take the day off or not to take the day off. If they're still, inclement weather, they don't just say school's closed or not closed, whatever. They kind of give you a reason, which is nice. Okay, so let me get back to my 2 cameras. All I did was opening bags, which you could probably hear. This is where we're at with the build. And when you press down on these, it lights kind of like each cabin space up, which is kind of cool. I'm gonna have to go and buy a giant shelf to put this train on. Oh well, an excuse to drive to IKEA. Where are you hiding? Yes, IKEA. I love the IKEA. No, we love the IKEA. You bought shelves at IKEA, but I don't know, they haven't got put up yet. Okay, so here's the piece we built this time, and it's gonna go right back here. Maybe, kinda, sorta, if it wants to. I guess it's really only gonna get clipped on there to make it easy to pull off and look into the spot.
We have always lurked among you.
Thank you for the lurk, Fantasy. Ugh, okay, let's see. 2, 3, 4 red ones. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 of you. And 10 of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I guess this is going to be for the other end of the train. In fairness, this bag 33 was more like a buddy bag, so it was really more like one bag open, but still. I'm excited to open one of the sets that has the new paper bags versus the plastic bags to see what that's like. I had a dream that I was back in school and a zombie apocalypse started. Everybody at my school was a zombie and I needed to escape from a zombie infested school. When I escaped and then I blew up the building and the world was saved. That sounds like a movie. I can never remember my dreams. So, like, I mean, in theory, everyone dreams, but I don't remember my dreams, so I just say I don't dream. Crazy has really weird dreams. Oh, dig. For the ones that never like to be picked up. I have a Stream Raiders going if you want to join. If not, that's cool too. Thank you for the epic holiday tank, Crazy. Oh, I forgot to put up, let me go back to Stream Raiders. I forgot to put up battle planning if anybody has the battle planning in their quest. So I quick threw that up. That way, if you have a quest to follow battle planning, it's there. But that type of battle planning still lets you place whatever kind of guy, person you want. So you get the benefits of placing whatever. You can try to do 2 quests at once that way. Like if it wants you to put up archers or something and still follow battle plans. So. Okay. This under the doorway or window, and this in the window. Oh, yep. It is a window. I figured it was window based on the way we had done the windows on the opposite side. Okay. Okay. Save up your points. They are your points to do with as you please. Okay. Flat to normal, flat. Okay. And at the ends. I know Steel said I need to have more higher point value things, but I don't know what to do at like a higher point value. Watching Transformers on YouTube, that's cool. Like I saw like the first 2 Transformer movies and then I didn't really watch them after that. Now it's become like Rocky 72. You know. Like Fast and the Furious. There are so many, it's become a little Or are you watching more like the cartoon versions? Okay, it wanted me to set that aside. I'm guessing it's gonna kind of like be the windows on this side a bit. The cartoon versions, okay. I know my kids are getting to experience all the kind of older cartoons as Disney Plus puts them on there. They were watching like DuckTales and Darkwing Duck and stuff as Disney Plus adds, or as Disney adds them to Disney Plus. Welcome in, Danny Phantoms. Oh, it worked for him. So apparently it's just in a mood today. It is. It can't decide if it wants to work or not. Well, I appreciate you popping in. Hopefully you have a yummy lunch. Glad to be your lunch companion or lunch show. Hope it says get your quick balls ready. A silcoon? I guess that's how you say it. Let's see. Pokey, catch. Do I have a netball? I remember to leave my little mini window open so I could look about what balls I had and stuff. Oh, I do have a netball. Netball. Sometimes, like, I gloss over it and then I mistake nest ball for netball when I'm trying to quickly read it. You know, so I don't miss my window to try to catch the Pokemon. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ooh, I caught it. Whoop, whoop. Only me. Sorry for everybody else who didn't catch it. I did my Poke Daily this morning and it said Pokemon is rigged. You got a common reward. I got like $92 and 2 Pokeballs. And I was like, well, I'm glad you're finally admitting that you're rigged. Let that be a reminder. If you haven't done your Poke Daily, try to go do it. Even if it tells you it's rigged, something is better than nothing. You just got a netball. Flip on. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12. So I don't typically leave the house unless I have to, but something about like not being able to leave the house is like different. Oh, it said we have ads in about a minute. Just a warning. If you are subscribed, there are no ads. Shameless plug. Please subscribe to me. Okay, we are in ads now. Ah. Yes, that's right. That's fine. I do that sometimes. Pop back and forth between people. Did I mess up somewhere? Nope, I just had this backwards. Okay, so this is an extra piece. We kind of built this side wall here. Pick this up, and then it wants it to go. Sure, I got that in there right. There we go. So now that whole side of the train is officially closed in. So it lights up a little bit more now because there's less, like light coming through that side. Patty Patter, headband, and hydrate. Okay, more chaos building with two things. Okay, this says bags 34 and 35. 35 is more like a buddy bag again. And that we're building 3 of these next couple sets. So okay, we're back from ads. There's about 8 minutes left in Stream Raider. I should give that a check to see where we're at. I won't switch screens because I'm just doing a quick check. Looks like Crazy has 4 people plus my person. Okay, so it wants us to build 3, so I'm going to try to build 3 all at once, so I don't have to go back. 2, 4, 6, it looks like. 2, 4, and 6. I have been staying off the Lego website. My baby kitten is laying on top of my dog's back. Oh, that's cute. I have been trying to stay off the Lego website in an attempt to help myself not want to buy everything. But I know that's only going to work so long because already I'm like, I wonder what new things might be on there. Sound like my next door neighbor's crazy dog is out. Yes, it will definitely be on my to get list. I'm probably going to look today to see if you can pre order it. Because I know not everything is done as a pre order, you know. Some stuff never gets, you know, you just have to wait till the day. So I'll probably check today if it's a pre order item. And another reason I try to like go on there at least once a week is to keep up with the free with purchase, because there's stuff I'm gonna buy anyway, so I might as well get like the free with purchase. You can pre-order it on Amazon, then you can probably pre-order it on Lego as well. I skipped a step. You know, like I feel like if I'm gonna buy it, I might as well like get the free gift with purchase. So I do try to like stay with that. Oh, the Chaos Veggie is raiding in. Hello, hello. My auto shout out has been being finicky. It works one time, but then not the next. So, well, it worked. Well, okay, it's catching up. It did. Yep, he's the Chaos Veggie. Okay, it didn't work for Carrot, but let's see. I get popped up, but then it didn't actually. Okay, let's do shout out at Carrot. Chaos. The other way. Carrot Chaos Cleric. Yeah, my thing is being like selective on who it works for and when. But welcome in all. I was lurking in Carrots before I had to get off to just start getting ready for my stream. And Stream Raiders is up. It's got less than 5 minutes left on it, but if anybody wants to try to jump in, I'm not too worried as it is a new map because they've started like a new event. So I just went to the new event when it asked if I wanted to when I logged in. So yeah, that's how it should be. Chaos Carrot or Carrot Chaos Veggie Cleric. It looked like you didn't completely know what was going on in that game, and that's okay. It kind of looked a little bit like The Last of Us or whatever that game is called. With that's a TV show too with Pedro Pascal. Or Oranguru. Do I have a cipher ball? Let's check. I do not. Pokey catch great ball. I will, after we get these things built, I will show you. Before everybody came in, I did get a little bit done on the other side of the train. So I will show you all that. I'm trying to skip steps, but I caught myself. Ooh, I caught it. I caught it. At least it's working today, the Pokemon. The last time it didn't work, like the whole stream. Just nothing happened with it. We have less than 30 seconds on Stream Raiders. 2, 4, 6. Let's switch to this. And pull up this. I'll zoom in a little bit. We'll put the curse right there. And start the battle. Crazy got all 6 of his people in. There's 11 allies and 19 enemies. They're going down pretty fast, though. Boop, boop. I'm gonna just let it pick a random winner. Rabbit of the Moon got Bomber, or Buster Scrolls, not Bomber. Let's collect our thingies. If I can upgrade twice. Nice. In the store area, you can get daily free laurels, so make sure you claim those. And then you can use those laurels to buy these 2 chests, and there's some new skins in there and stuff like that. So I'm going to buy 1 of each. No new skins, boo. Let's see if I can. Oh, I can. That's 6, 5, 2 looks like the lowest. Okay. Then 4. Okay. And we can't do up any more quests. What do they want for quests? Archers and archers and monks. Okay. Apparently, I did enough to do this too. So let's go back to the store and buy the healer ones, and then I can upgrade my healer. Okay, so now looks like 5 is the next lowest. And then 6. If I do that, and we can upgrade our warrior. Not enough money though, but that's alright. We'll have it for next time. So this down, we'll go over here, start battle. It takes a second to come up.
Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
We've locked in low
Okay.
prices to help you
And
save
then
big
it said
store-wide.
monk,
Look
which
for the
is
locked-in low prices tags and enjoy
in need
extra
of thingy
savings throughout the
thing.
store. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
And then archers. So you can click on the little link, and then it'll take you to the Stream Raiders, and you can play if you want. If not, no hard feelings. It's just a fun little extra thing to do. I'm good either way. Okay, I did that. Now we're on to these. Okay, one on either side. Okay. Try to get my mouse out of the way there. Steel, I thought you were gonna stream the other day. I kept waiting for you to come on. Okay, it looks like we're moving those two out to the side. That's right. I was like, oh, I wonder what happened because I thought she was gonna stream. I'm glad. I had a terrible headache the other day. I must have taken Tylenol, Motrin, whatever, like 4 times to get it to go away. And I knew it was a sinus headache because my sinus is like all along underneath my eyes and like up around the side have been bad because my sinuses are being wonky. But so I knew it was a sinus headache, but it was still killer. I thought maybe Twitch was being wonky and didn't send me like an alert that you went live. That's not lazy. Those are valid reasons. I'll be sure to keep an eye out. I figured, I was like, I don't think that's the right one. This Lego tried to connect itself. I just tried to skip a step again. Okay. Hopefully your errands are productive. I know. At least I'm catching myself before I really skip the steps. I'm just kind of collecting the pieces early. We'll say that. But yes, I keep glancing past the next step, and then before I connect it, I'm like, oop, that's not right. Okay, those, now this. Kevin, did you get any snow in the craziness that's been going on? Like any particularly bad storm, or for once did it bypass you? We got like really next to nothing. It's just for the area, any snow is crazy. Although the last few years they have been getting snow, so. Still not really any kind of accumulation, but. Pokemon soon. It's funny, like every day I open my email and there's an email from the local zoo that we are members of. And they're like, the zoo is closed again today due to inclement weather. It's been like every day this week. In fact, it was even over the past weekend. So for like the last week, every day I open my emails, there's an email from the zoo saying they're closed. A baggin. I'm never sure if I'm saying that character's name right. It doesn't say a particular Pokeball, so we'll just go with Pokecatch. Okay. That.
This whole game is rigged.
Woohoo! I caught it. Just me again. Apparently, the game likes me today, or at least for right now. Now that I said that, it's gonna stop giving me Pokemon. It went in my sleeve. Well, that was a different kind of catch. Come on. There we go. Click together. Okay, I think this is the last steps, and this, and then I will show everybody the last thing I clicked on the train before these many, many steps. Okay, bring these back over here, and on like that. Okay, before everybody came in, I built something similar, and it was like this part here. It filled in this section of the train here. So now, apparently you have to be very careful when you pick it up. Break the train, break the train. Anyway, I put those 2 caps on the ends that come off very easily, as you can see. And I put that in the back, so then it dimmed the train a little bit, so when you bump these or press them in, they light up a little bit. You can see a little bit better now that that other side is kind of closed up. Yeah, there goes the train. Bam. Yeah, I was like, ah, no. Okay, so then this goes on this side to cover up, but then they're easy to remove to show the interior of the train. You have to be careful. Like, I'm like, am I pressing too hard at the wrong spot? I'm gonna. Oh, thank you for the subscribe, Carrot. 5 months, man. It does not feel like it's been that long. Okay. I was like, I thought I felt something move, but looking in, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, bright side, it's Lego. It just fixes. But still, it's like, ooh. And you can still kind of see it. Okay, so even with those on the outside, you can still, when you press down, kind of see it light up in the inside the train. And it doesn't want you to cover them up, so on to book 4. Let me get my little tab I use like a bookmarker out of there. And the envelope with the, I guess I can get rid of that now because it was the last book in there. Go. Now the 4th and final book has like you make just like a part of the platform, like the train platform, and this is bags. Welcome in, Kaz. I am happy for the lurk. Hope your day is going well, even though you have to be at work. So it's bags 36 through 45. No, you're the best, Kaz. You're like, every stream I go into, you're there. You're fantastic. You're always spreading the love and telling people about other people. And it seems like every bag will now have another minifigure in it. So like 36 has like the older Harry. I am loving it. It is I just showed, I don't know if you saw or not, that there's these little like pieces on top here. It, when you depress it, it lights up the inside of that train car, which is kind of cool. My shout out thing is like, I don't know, being temperamental. It'll work one time and then not the next. I have no clue what it's. Yeah, I don't know why it's deciding who it decides to work and who doesn't. We can do it this way. Shout out. We'll do it that way. We'll get a shout out one way or another. But yes, it looks like there's some chaos building because like it went 37 and 38 open at the same time, and bags 39 and 40 both open, and then 41 and 42 both open at the same time. Yeah, one way or another, we will make the shout out happen. But yeah, so it looks like each bag that's left will have a minifigure in it. And these are like the older Harry Potter and Ginny once they're married and they have kids, and it's like their kids, them taking their kids to their first year of Hogwarts. So it's kind of neat. So here's the older Harry Potter when he's a dad. And then we're working on the platform, like a little tiny piece of the platform, 9 3/4. And we still have a fair amount of stickers left, so I have not been skipping the stickers. The stickers that are left are like for like the 9 3/4 like area and like that for like the different things hanging down from the signs at the train station, and then the plaque sticker. Listen, if I realize I skipped stickers by accident, I'm gonna be really annoyed. This piece. There's the other one. Yeah, especially if I have to do that. That's gonna be really annoying.
With the Wells Fargo Active Cash credit card, earn unlimited 2% cash back on purchases you want, like dance lessons. And on what you need, like memory foam inserts. That's real life ready. Visit wellsfargo.com/activecash. Terms apply.
Says get your quick balls ready. A woo bat. A woo. A woo. Let's see, do I have a feather ball? No, I do not. And I do not have a cipher ball. If we get 5 people going in here, I got 2 pokey gifts the other day in my in my Poke Daily. I got 2 Poke gifts. But we have to have 5 people trying to play Pokey in order to give them out. So that's 3. Where's Kevin? And Carrot. You gotta try to get the Pokey so I can give out Pokey gifts. I have 2 to give out. I know, I'm forcing you to. I'm horrible. I'm forcing you to play the pokey. Need one more. Oh, there we go. Let's see if it'll let me do it now. Pokey. I tried in carrots, but it was like, there has to have been 5 people playing within the last. Fantasy got 1. Ooh, and 3 of us caught the pokey. Let me try to give out the other one. Ah, my finger slipped. Poke. Now I'm trying to yell it. Pokey gift. I guess 5 people who haven't received a gift within the next. So somebody besides Fantasy needs to try it again next time. And we'll see. I'm trying to give the gifts away, but it won't let me. It's so picky about how you can give the gifts away. About 3 minutes left on Stream Raiders. Okay, that's right. That's right. Nope, nope, you're not the right height. It's this one. This piece and this piece. Eight pieces. Wow. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 2, 3, and 4. Dream Raiders. Okay. I have one last for this step. Okay, that looks right. Okay, let's switch to this. Come back over here. Do a little, well, I was gonna zoomy, but they're kind of all over the place. So let's start battle. We have 29 allies and 23 enemies. I think we'll be good. Oop, I'm dead. Okay, we'll pick Crazy because he got the most kills. And then the one who got most assists will each get a award. They each got 15 coins. Says I can upgrade my warrior. For quests, it should be monk and archer. Hey Trell, how are you doing? Well, I just remembered to turn on my closed captions, so there's that. Eventually, I will remember to do it at the beginning, but apparently not anytime soon. So we can go forward on the line we're at, which is another level 1 battle, or we can do this level 2 or this level 2. This one looks like it's got scorpions and vampires. And that one looks like it's got scorpion and vampires. And okay, so they all have scorpions and vampires. They all pretty much look the same, just these are level 2 and that one's a level 1. Do we want to try the level 2? Oh. Never mind, I think we have to do this one first. Yep, we have to do this one first. It keeps confusing me. I think that's the one we're on, and then the ones around it, but that's the one we need to do. Never mind. We have to do this one. Monk is still on thing. So I'll put the archer again. I'm like trying to see where people's are. So there's your battle plans if you have that in a quest to follow. I'll collect this. Then earn 4 assists from buffing. I was trying to see. Okay, there's a bad guy up there. And there's a paladin there. Maybe the rest are like hidden till the battle starts. I don't know. Yeah, enemies will be revealed over time. Okay. I was just curious, trying to figure out where some were. Okay, there. I believe Crazy's gonna stream tomorrow, working on his plane some more. Thank you for the epic chicken tank. Some people's names I don't say, not because of I'm like, oh, I'm not appreciative, but I'm like, I'm gonna butcher that person's name if I try to say it. Be like, I can promise you nothing good will come out of me trying to pronounce that. Okay, so that was bags 35 and 36. Got us this little kind of ovally piece. Now once 37 and 38 reach planet arms. And it looks like we're building an older Ginny Weasley to go, well, I guess Ginny Potter, really, to go with Harry. There's a body and legs. What'd we get? A Surskit. I have a netball, pokey, catch, netball. There's face and hair.
This whole game is rigged.
There you go, Kevin. Use your method. So there's what Jenny looks like. Set her off to the side there with Harry. set that up there for a second. Timer balls. Kevin and Crazy caught it. Your little plan worked, Kevin. Yelling at it. If you haven't done your Pokey Daily, don't forget if that's something you do. I know not everybody does it, so those of you who do, if you forgot, let this be your remember-all. Let's see. One of you. Two of you. And two. Legos are trying to like pre-connect themselves to pieces and not the correct pieces. Maybe it's trying to tell me I'm building too fast. Trying to force me to slow down. Oop. We're in ads. do it a little. There's. So, anybody have anything fun planned for this weekend? We don't, because it's still supposed to be not that great here. So, you know, don't want to go out in bad weather. But the following weekend should be good, so we're gonna try to do something then. Still kind of waiting to see if the kids will have school tomorrow. If they do, it'll be like the only day this week they went to school, so. But I don't, as of right now, think there's a reason for them not to go to school, but also I haven't been out on the roads, so I can't really say one way or the other. I don't know what it's like out on the roads, for buses and whatnot. So we are just waiting to see what they will say. I know I saw an article this morning about a school district close to us, what they're going to do, if they're going to add like so many minutes to the end of each school day to make up, or if they're going to add days to the end of the school year. But that's not our school district, just one like next to us.
Shopify helps you sell at every stage
because they don't really have that many snow days built into the schedule because we don't really get snow.
Thanks.
So
You're all set. That count it up and ship it around the globe stage.
This one's going to Thailand.
And that
I don't know if our
reaches
school
1 million
district is
orders
looking at the
stage.
same thing
Whatever your
or
stage, businesses
or
that
not.
grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/YouTube
Come on.
audio.
Connect. Stick that right there. Okay, stickers. We got a big sticker. The big, plaque type sticker. Okay. So they have it on there like that. And it gives little like information about it. Says Hogwarts Express model GWR 5900 class 5972 locomotive. Statute of Secrecy. The Ministry of Magic performed the country's biggest ever concealment charm on the train to keep its secret from prying Muggle eyes. Schedule. The Hogwarts Express leaves from King's Cross Station in London on September 1st at 11 a.m. sharp. Meaning you will be left behind if you are not on the train by 11. Move that up here. So it gives you a little more room to view. Six. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, then you have to find your own way. Like, there's no waiting around for you. Then again, you know, it is a charmed locomotive. I imagine they can't take the risk, you know, by waiting around. I mean, you could always take your magic flying car or a boat. So it wants us to make 3 of these. Yeah, you could take flu powder. But remember to enunciate clearly or else you could wind up somewhere else. Like instead of Diagon Alley, he winds up in Diagon Lily, which is like the seedy part of Diagon Alley. Okay. And I will turn to show you what these look like after I get them on. They are like, you know, the rest of this pillar to make it look fancier. Okay, it says get your quick balls ready. 2, 3, 4. A clink. A wild clink. Yeah, Colonel Clink. Pokey catch. Okay, it wants us to make 4 of these.
This whole game is rigged.
Welcome in, Clockwork Ghosty. How have you been? I saw your what you contributed to the traumatizing of Steel. I highly approve. I love it. That's what I was like, now I'm going to have to look for more. And I know I have seen more in all the book groups I'm in, but you like see them so often you don't like attempt to save them or anything. I was like, now I'm gonna have to go hunt them down. Hey, same on this side with those 4 I just built. They're to make the pillars look fancy. You're an extra. Bags 39 and 40. Next. If we keep going like this, we might finish this today. Right? Oh, I should have put it. I should have put it in the thing. Let me see if I still can. So I sent my husband a video last night that I found on Facebook, and it was a girl talking about D&D campaigns. Actually, I'll just bring it up. We'll go. Let me bring it up. Let me make sure I'm signed in first. And pause my YouTube. Okay. Let me switch here and I'll show it to you. Oh, it was funny. And I'm going to say I'm not sorry right from the get-go. So be prepared. Oh, she's not talking. Why isn't she have sound? Oh, up there. We stopped.
Person to track and pin down their victims. If their target resists, they cast Levitate. You can't run if your feet can't touch the ground. Got to keep the victim somewhere, so the villain casts Demi-Plane. Now they're both trapped in their own little plane of existence with no one else and nowhere to go because the door has disappeared. Villain doesn't want to fight.
With all this talk about
I think I'm going to start building my D&D villains based on pop songs.
There we go.
But you know what? I'm not going to tell you the song until the end. Imagine a story that uses Hunter's Mark and Hold Person to track and pin down their victims. If their target resists, they cast Levitate. You can't run if your feet can't touch the ground. Got to keep the victim somewhere, so the villain casts Demi-Plane. Now they're both trapped in their own little plane of existence with no one else and nowhere to go because the door has disappeared. Villain doesn't want to fight their victim, so they cast Charm Person, keep things civil for a while. After all, what's life without a little emotional manipulation? Can't have their victim escaping, so they're going to cast Hallow. Stop any of that pesky plane shifting. Finally, honesty is important in any healthy relationship, so they're going to have Zone of Truth on this place. And all of that is to say...
I'd say I'm sorry, but I'm not. I was like, oh my god, I have to send that to my husband. What better way to rickroll somebody than in a D&D video? Yeah, if you want the link to send it to people, I will put it in my Discord. And then you can have it to send to everybody you know. But I was like, oh my god, that's fantastic. I have to do it. And now I've gotten you all as well, and I'm not sorry. Right? That's amazing. Like I said, if you want, I will totally put the link for it in the Discord, and then you can share it with everybody you know. I'm not sure of the name, but this is one of Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley, well, Ginny Potter, one of their kids. Let me see if I can get it to... There we go. The minifigures for them. Yeah, it might be James Cyrus. They're on the side of the box. But it's not, of course, the side I have up. It's oh, here we go. It is James Severus Potter, and yes, because there's two others too. There's Albus Severus Potter, James Sirius Potter, and Lily Luna Potter is the girl, is their kids. Okay. But yes, I thought that video was amazing and I had to share it with you all. Apparently somebody's calling my husband on Discord, I think. But yes, I couldn't, in my doom scrolling last night, I came across that and thought it was chef's kiss. And I also saw a video that the Foo Fighters rickrolled like everybody at their one concert. She'll be fine. She's a big girl. We'll do it slowly. We won't like put too many in her Discord at once. We'll just do like, you know, one here, one there. Just enough. We have about a minute left. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure these are all like squished on correctly, properly. I didn't hear all of them make the little clicky sound, so I'm not sure. Okay, that looks right. Right? Like we'll compile for easy access, but we won't give them to her all at once. But like a whole file on our computers, like titled "Traumatizing Steel." We just won't expose her to them all at once. Oop, our battle is ready. I will do it as soon as I'm done collecting the pieces for the next step. That way, they're ready when we come back. Okay. Let me turn that kind of sideways so I can make room for my mouse. Okay, let's go to Stream Raiders Battles. Put that there. It says we have 37 allies, and let's see how many bad guys. 25, I think we'll be good. I did pick gifts last time, so this time I'll do random. I try to rotate, that way I'm not always picking, like, because not everybody has, you know, is high enough level to have good things to get the most kills or assists. So we'll do random this time. Callum 13 got some paladin scroll. Ooh, we got some keys. We can upgrade our archer. Not enough coin on our flag bearer, but let's see, what was it? Let's check for quests. Nope. Then let's go to store. Ooh, claim your daily laurels. So we have 60 laurels now, so I'll buy one of each chest again. I got warrior scroll, 150 coin, and that. Then we'll buy one for the old gods chest, and we got 5 vampire, 10 and 1. Okay. And let's go to keys because I have 25. Let's buy one for Blob. And one for this. Okay, we can upgrade our flag bearer, which will get me the level 10 I needed in the quest. And we can upgrade our vampire. We'll go back to quest and collect our gold. And now it wants 2 units at level 10. Okay. Go back to the store. And scroll. So 7, 9, 8. Okay, so we'll buy these. Then level 9. Then level 10. And we'll refresh. So then we have 5, 9, 4. We'll try to save up and do this. Well, actually, if we do the Saint Scrolls, that will allow us to upgrade it next time. I don't think we'll have enough money this time, but we'll check. Maybe. Oh, we did. So that worked out. Let's go to our... Oh. Apparently I did enough to collect some more stuff. Upgrade him. Twice. I don't think it's enough money to buy anything. Nope. Okay. Put that down. So it won't let us do that one, even though we have this down. So we'll do this one, this level 2 battle. Let's see, I think my monk should be available, which will allow me to go back to collect the quest. We'll do that. But not enough to actually buy it. But then that'll do it next time, so that's alright. And we'll put in case anybody is trying as a quest for the follow battles. And what did we get? At Arokuda? It looks like some kind of fish. Pokey catch. If 5 people, not including fantasy, attempt the Pokey catch, I have a gift I can go out. I can try to give out. I say not fantasy because I gave out another gift before and she got it, so it won't count her. But there's 3. We need 2 more people. Oh, has it been 20 minutes? So, okay, if she does it, maybe that's 4. We need 1 more person and I can try to give out the gift again. Because I got 2 in my Poke Daily the other day, so... Ooh, Danny caught it. Whoop, whoop. No one else, just Danny. He's special. He snuck in at the end and took it. Well, Kevin also didn't use his rigged thing, where he says rigged before the catch ever happens. $14 of the same piece. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2 of the other piece needed. 11, 12, 13, and 14. So just these on the end and the others everywhere else. Ah. Okay. I don't know if this is like the bottom side and this will be the top side of the train, depot. I think that's how it's looking so far, but, I'm just guessing. I could totally be wrong. 4. Nope. Okay. So we've been watching the new Reacher season, and I am loving it. It's like, watching it for the plot. He's the plot. But no, I like the show in general. It's got a good storyline. Plus, Tom Cruise was never like anywhere near how they described Reacher in the books. I haven't read like a whole book, but I read like, whoo, Exposing Alex. I hope that eventually it goes back to being easy to getting him down to bed. And I know a lot of it is his ears, but for your sanity, I hope relatively soon it goes back to being easy. His appointment should be coming up soon, correct? Or is it still a ways out? My youngest used to do this thing, and I swear to God, like, as he got older, I'm like, this is how people get punched in the face. He used to come up to the bed, and he wouldn't say anything. And so the bed is like here, and you're sleeping, and he'd come and he'd stand just at the side of the bed. And some instinct would warn you to wake up, and it would scare the ever living bejesus out of me. And I'm like, dude, that is how people get punched in the face. Like, subconsciously, I mean, of course, I'm not going to punch him in the face on purpose, but like, you wake up and you freak out, you know? I'm like, dude, you're going to freak me out one time, and my instinct is going to be like to lash out, and you're going to get it right in the face. Because at first, it was just like something he did. But then you could tell he was like doing it on purpose, because he would like, as soon as you woke up and had your freak out, he'd giggle. And I'm like, dude, it's not going to be funny when. Yeah, like he just stands there. I'm like, dude, it's not going to be funny when you get hit one day. Oh, he used to do it to me. And the thing is, I'm a super light sleeper, and I wouldn't hear the door open or anything. And then I just get this weird feeling somebody was watching me, and then there he is. Like, eyes just tall enough to see over the bed. And I'm like, dude, one day. Yeah, he used to laugh so hard once you woke up and freaked out. I'm like, kid, you gonna get it. We did have to put like a timer thing on our youngest computer, because I don't know, he claims it's because he couldn't sleep. I don't know if it was like truly he couldn't sleep, or because he knew the computer was in his room, he couldn't sleep because he knew he could be playing, you know? Because we woke up a couple times in the middle of the night and he's playing away on his computer. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. And he's like, I couldn't sleep. So we put a thing like, basically the internet won't work. Like the computer won't work between certain times. We had done something similar before, but with a password. We saw the occupational therapist at school today. They're going to go right back to the beginning with writing with him, and he needs ergonomic cutlery to help him hold the cutlery properly. I will see if there's any. I have seen ones before, but it's been a while since I looked at anything like that. You know, to like know where to go right off the bat. But we used to, my daughter had issues because of being growth hormone deficient and not growing. We had to use like super big pencils. Like instead of a normal pencil, this pencil was like this thick. And same way with crayons, so that she could hold it correctly to write. So we've had to get things like that in the past. Because she had like trouble with her fine motor skills and stuff. Because, well, her body was whatever age. Because she was growth hormone deficient, she didn't actually like have the dexterity and stuff for somebody with that of that age. Okay, I think they gave me an extra one of these instead of a flat one. Make sure I didn't accidentally use a raised one instead of a flat one somewhere. 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3. No. Yep, because I should have another flat. But yeah, we've had to kind of do that, and she had a thing where they took her back, like with her reading, because she could pronounce it, but once you like took it down phonetically, she couldn't put it back together. Okay. I probably have a flat one of those around somewhere. I'm trying to think if I have any flat ones sorted out. Yes, but not this right size. Oh, fantasy. Radbuilds wants to see a picture of your Pokebutts. Okay, so they sent me an extra with the dot in the middle versus a completely flat piece, so I will have to go on there and request it. And I probably do have one somewhere, but not sorted out yet. Let me double check these bins I have here real quick. Nope, none sorted out yet. Okay. Who's that? I don't know if I have a magnet ball. I do. I have 12 magnet balls. Pokey, catch. Magnet ball. He's in everything the school has in terms of interventions, so it's good they're not the OT. Yeah, it is good. It's great that they've realized, you know, they've reached the end of their specific abilities, so they had somebody else come in. That's really good. Because sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes they're just like, well, this is all we can do for you. If you want more done, you have to go somewhere else and find it. So it is nice that they took that step, you know, preemptively. We're doing Lily Luna Potter, the minifigure now. Okay, I don't see any hair in there, just the face. I think we're gonna finish this today. Legs, chest. Hair. It's the same color as the other blocks in there, so it blended in. Here's Lily Luna Potter. Well, you know, everything has been delayed because of the weather here. So you're going to have to patiently wait just a little bit longer. Or impatiently, however you want to say that. It's like 12. Oh, exposing Alex, I feel for you. Oh. Got to offset that first blow. I forgot to say welcome back, Steel. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, only 4. I have another gift I can give out. Another Pokey gift. So, but there needs to be 5 in the last 20 minutes. I'll try it. Maybe. Pokey gift. Nope. Okay, it's saying there's not enough people within the time frame or whatever. It's alright. That's why I was like, it's been 20 minutes, so it might count back to the next, but it didn't. Pay attention to the way they're doing this. Okay, I'm going to set this to the side because the next one says to make 2, so you're fine, Kevin. It is not that big of a deal. I'm just trying not to forget I have it, which is very likely something I will do. Pentaclus 89, thank you for the Epic Archer. Hopefully I said that right. Is it possible to take a nap, Kevin, if you're tired? Or is there too much to do right now to take a nap? The gloomy weather has made me oh no! We were worried about that, so I had like warm water dripping for like 2 days because I was scared that was going to happen. Thank you, Yanox, for the epic artillery. Yeah, I was afraid that a pipe or pipes, you know, whatever, were going to freeze or burst here. And so I had like warm water trickles in like both bathrooms and the kitchen sink, plus all the like cabinets underneath opened to allow warm air to circulate, and I was just hoping that that was enough to, you know, ward it off, stop it from happening, however you want to say that. Oh, there they are. I just cleaned up all the stuff the sewer pipe finally thawed out. And good news, it doesn't appear to have broken. That's fantastic. Yeah, I was like, please don't let that happen here because he's at work on call, you know, at the thing, and I will have no clue what to do or like where to shut things off. But I'm sorry your pipes froze, but at the same time, I'm glad it was just a freeze and not a break. And with all that craziness going on, you're still trying to be in the stream? Lordy, Kevin. Real life takes precedent. Not so the water. The water feeds did break. Thankfully, there are a couple shut-off valves on them. Now comes the joy of getting to them and fixing them. At least the sewer ones didn't break, because that would be, such a mess. I mean, it's a mess either way, but at least it's not a poo mess. Yeah. There were reports of like people in our area having like their pipes freezing. So yeah. No, thank God it's not the pew. I mean, it's a mess, like I said, either way, but at least it's not a pew mess. That's a mess no one wants to deal with. You know what can't happen in warm climates? Vice versa. You never hear of pipes spoiling. Yep, a nap. You need a nap. Did you, heck, Steel? Did you see the video where the guy? It's like he's driving down the road, and there's like part of the road is underwater, just a little bit, but he's like, I gotta get out and check how deep the puddle is, and he throws this water bottle, and a gator comes and snaps the water bottle. And then this other guy pops up and he's like, you know what? We don't got gators in our puddles across the pond. That is freaking crazy. It's a puddle gator. Why do I live where the wind hurts my face? Because there's no gators and there's no snakes and yeah, I was like, that's gotta be Florida. Florida's the only place with puddle gators. I was like, oh, that is nope, no thank you. No thank you. No puddle gators for me. I'm gonna have to hard pass on that. Yeah, that's not Australia. That's Florida. Yeah, we always joke, why do we live where the wind hurts our face? Gators and snakes, that's why. I will take all the cold weather over gators and snakes. Yeah. Like I'm not doing all that. No thanks. Oh, Stream Raiders battle is ready. Switch my screens. Let's do it on these guys. Okay, it says we have 36 allies and 35 enemies. Let's see. According to that, Mogus had already had 5 assists. Ooh, I got the yawnies. Ooh, we won. Right now it's just an excuse to do it anyway. Okay, so I'm gonna pick 2 winners and then I'll let the third be like a random. ENX. And then the third one will be a random. Yeah, it makes it easier to start. At least you found like the silver lining in the mess. Yeah, let's see. The first one should win. Is that strength maybe? Okay. Upgrade this. Oh, that's 2 at the 10. So I can collect that. Then it says get 5 units to level 10. The Pokemon escaped, but it doesn't look like anybody tried to catch it. Oh, I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to do this. What does it say? Win one more battle, kill an epic. Right? You should relax, try to take a nap, Kevin. Oh, I can look at the other things. What is it? Bones. There we go. What does this say? Contains scrolls, gold, and a chance for World Wrestling Raiders skin. It also contains a small chance for a rarer spy skins. Okay, that's spy. And we'll buy another one. Skins, no skins, just scrolls. So let's upgrade our tank. We'll unlock this Templar.
We have always lurked among you.
Upgrade the Templar. Oh, thank you for the alert, Kevin. Get some rest. Relax. Okay, let's see if there's any other scrolls we can buy. That's 6. Welcome back, Alex. I think I'm gonna save my money. I know I have a skin for a Templar, which I just unlocked. So there he is. Okay, so we are here. So we have to do this one. Let's do a buster. Okay. Eventually I will figure out where the areas are. And in case anybody has to follow battle plans, quests. I was confused by the purple, but I guess that's something else. Oh, it's the defensive zone. I see. Thank you for the epic Lancer. Let's go back to this and figure out where I stopped. Looks like that. We are on ads right now. That one fell on the floor. So I will have to disappear for a second to pick it up. Reach! Oh, found it. I've worn like lazy clothing all week, like sweatpants and pajama pants, because there's been nowhere to go because it's so cold outside. So I'm like, I'm not gonna wear jeans and whatnot. Lazy day clothes it is. Okay, so flat, then these two, then a double. I think we're gonna finish this today. We're back from ads. If you had ads, I was saying I think we're gonna finish this today. Cause we have like 3 bags left. Okay. Okay, then it wants us to I'm confused. Oh, because I forgot about this piece. I was like, that's not going to clip together. Nope. But I forgot about the middle piece. So, because I had to set it off to the side. Okay. Well, then it wants me to open bag 43. I'm not sure if I have the circles sorted or not. Okay, bag 43. Set this back off to the side. And I have that set off to the side because it shows like building, it wants you to build 2 of something, but it doesn't show it connected right away. So I just pushed it over to the side. Okay. So we have a mini 9 3/4 train ticket. Got this little skirt. Here's her face, her body, her hair, and her little letters. This looks like just a Ravenclaw student, like any Ravenclaw student. Not specifically one of Ginny and Harry's kids. She has a little 9 3/4 platform ticket there in her hand. Mutagos, thank you for the epic pink pixel archer. Now it wants us to build 2 of this item, but like I said, it doesn't show it immediately connected to anything, so I'll leave that other piece off to the side. So, speaking of Steel and not traumatizing her, we need to find her clean romance and then slowly work her up to, like, you know, other stuff. I wonder if there's clean werewolf romance. I'm going to have to do some digging. Some research. Right? Because I think even, like, the YA's got a bit, you know, like, Steel has, like, no spice in her romance. Like, she can't take it. It weirds her out. Mr. Mime! Carrot's favorite person, or favorite Pokey. Let's see, I don't have a Cypher Ball, I know that. Pokey, catch, great ball. Apparently you don't own that Pokeball. Have to buy more. Yeah, so she found she kept getting these ads for these romances, and so she joined the group and read them, but I'm pretty sure what she was really getting ads for is like the AI books that are horrible. So we got to talking, and then she was, you know, it went awry with tentacles and double peens and things. So she was talking about how she doesn't really like any spice in her romance, but she seemed to like the werewolf ones a little bit. So I was like, I wonder if there are any spice-free werewolf romances, like clean. I don't really read clean romance, so I don't know. Ooh, we caught it exposing Alex. I mean, I have read it a time or two for reviews, but like I don't like really go out of my way looking for them, and I didn't really even know they were clean romance. Like it wasn't in the blurb or anything that I used to pick which books I sign up for. So it was kind of an accident that they were clean romance. But then it got me thinking, like, are there clean romance werewolves? I shall have to do the Googlings. She's asked me about a couple books, but I hadn't read them before because it's impossible to have read everything. Like, there's just so much. And I want to help her find things, but, you know, I read dirty, dirty things. Mostly. Yeah, now that the kids are older and in school, and there's, you know, I'm not running them all over trying to keep them entertained. It's easier for me. I read a lot, but yes, I was like, it got me thinking, you know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm still feels like I'm running my daughter everywhere, like 3 days a week, 4 days a week. She's got after school stuff, so I pick up one minion, then come home, and then pick up the other minion. Okay. Away. Away. Towards, okay? Towards. Away. Away. Take this piece back, or bring it back, rather. There. Turn. There. And off to the side again. Okay, doesn't say build 2, so there's that. This. Then 4 of these. Oh, the hiccups. Sit like over. Under, over, under, over, I guess. Yep, that's what it looks like. And a single. Okay, that was weird. Maybe it's like to extend it, make it a little longer. Yeah, I think that's what those 2 singles were to kind of help make it a smidgen longer. So that way you can kind of do this. No, it isn't really connected. Then turn over. A 3 right there. And 8 singles. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. It's going to make sure I'm, looking at this correctly. Go like this. Make like an archway. This guy and this guy. Okay, then it looks like we're going to build another archway, probably for this other side. So that way both sides have that archway. So because it'll kind of curve on its own as we attach it, I'm not going to so much worry that I've got the curvature right. It will, work itself out. Another traumatized post. I was just saying, I wonder, because she does like romance, so the object would be to find clean romance. Would she like, is there any clean werewolf romance? Because that was kind of what she looked at. So now I'm wondering, and I'm gonna have to do a little bit of research to figure that out. Like, is there clean werewolf romance? Okay, so we've kind of, I'm imagining it'll wind up this way, but we kind of got that right. Like I said, she'll be okay as long as we don't overload her all at once. She'll be okay. So the last Potter child will be in this bag. It will be Albus Severus Potter. That's the last Potter child. Back when I worked in a bookstore, we had a paranormal romance section, but I think at the least 30 could still be right. Like, overall, fantasy paranormal is kind of a spicy genre on the whole. Like, even the YA ones have, what could be considered a fair bit of spice. But it got me wondering, could there potentially, I'll have to do a little digging, a little research. But I mean, the genre on a whole is kind of, that's just how it is. Sticker number 21. I will look at that in just 1 second. Let me get this. Ooh, it's a little wand box. So you have the little wand inside, and then you have the lid, just like a wand box. So you have the letter on the top here, and the wand box on the bottom there. And Albus is pushing the cart. The cart is taller than he is. But you have him pushing the cart. That means we'll switch it so everybody can see. Oh, it's gonna, okay, fine. Go away, Pokemon. There we go. Go away. 17 best clean paranormal romances. Because we were teasing her that she had to start with like humans before she moved on. Despite past mishaps like breaking mirrors or getting struck by lightning. Struck by lightning is not a mishap. I'm hopeful. Remember Burton, the charming man I met on a train who subsequently ghosted me? Well, I've contacted him about my trip despite injuries. This is like a grumpy sunshine. The catch, Burton is actually a ghost, a cursed prince tied to the train until he finds his true love. That sounds like a good one. Right? Like the grumpy ghost prince. And it looks as if it's free. Oh, never mind. Free if you have the Kindle Unlimited, which is fine. I just don't have it. But I will add it to my want to read. That seems like a funny one. Wanted vampire's assistant. When I was down, an odd job ad for a vampire's assistant showed up. I applied as a joke, thinking it was a prank, but then Draven Leto, a supposed vampire with a sweet voice, invited me for an interview. Little did I know. Okay, Clockwork. I will keep this and send this to Steel. Ooh, you caught the pokey exposing Alex. Like I said, I'm sure there were, because I mean it's a fairly large genre, you know, the like clean romance. I'll have to send that list to Steel, but like you could thank Ghosty, he found it. it'll make up for the traumatizing. We'll send her clean recommendations in between the trauma. Well, yeah. I know when sometimes I just put like pokey catch, no special ball or anything when I don't really care. And it seems like the more you don't care, that's when you really get the Pokemon more often. Okay, and it says 10 foldies. 1, 2, 3 foldie. 4, 5, 6 foldie. 7, 8, 9 foldie. 10 foldie. Okay, like this. Then over. Then the under. Over. Under. Over. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me finish this step and then we will do the battle. Okay, it's like this. Okay, let's go to Stream Raiders. Pull this up. Put our little cursey curse on those guys. We have 36 allies and 24 enemies. We're doing pretty good. Only the vampires, it looks like, left. And we won! Woohoo! Let's see what we got. This one, I'll just pick 2 random. Black Cat Crochet got a Bomber Scroll, and Eutychus got Vampire Scroll. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Okay, collect. Ooh, Orc Slayer. Let's put that down. Go to Army. Can unlock Orc Slayer. Okay, quests. I completed the 5 battles. Now 5 battle plans created. Okay. We can upgrade our flag guy. Still need to work on other things. Okay, not enough for the laurels or anything. Let's go to scrolls. not enough money, we'll say. So we'll put that down. Now we're doing this guy with scorpions and orcs, it looks like. Maybe centaurs and paladins. Okay. I'll put out an orc slayer since he's new. See what he can. And then we'll put out some battle plans. Okay, and then we'll go to this. Because we have this left to finish and then one more bag. So that should. This will probably be our last, but I'm not positive. Let's see. 1, 2, 3 foldies, 4, 5, 6 foldies, 7, 8, 9, 10 foldies, 2 singles, 1 of you, so 1 more of each of those, and then 10 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so okay, there's that, and that on top, and flip. TDS Orca, thank you for the epic Poseidon Lancer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 and 2. Hook the ends together here. Then 2 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. Okay, so it looks like. I see. As I try not to knock it over and instead knock it over. And then it just says 56. So we're just gonna pull out handfuls at a time and place them along the sides like that. So has anybody watched an interesting show lately? Or read something or watched anything really? Oh no! Yes. Okay, so I started watching the show on Netflix last night called High Water. It's a Polish show, so the dubbing isn't fantastic because I don't know about anybody else, but I think Netflix does a horrible job of dubbing. You go ahead, sweetie. You get sleep whenever you can get it. I feel you. You go get your sleep. That's more important. Um, but I don't know about anybody else. I think Netflix does not do a fantastic show or a fantastic job when it tries to dub shows and things like that. But there's this woman. She's like some kind of water flood specialist, and she's called in to give her expert opinion based on like a study she's been doing recently. And they give her maps, and based on the map, she's like, "You guys really need to be worried. This whole town is gonna flood." And at first, they don't want to believe her. And the guy who's a scientist, similar to like her, that works for the city, is like, "It's fine. It hasn't flooded here since 1903." And he doesn't want to like listen to anything she has to say. And she's like, "Whatever. You wanted my opinion based on the research I've been doing. I gave it to you. Agree with me, don't agree with me. I did my job." And she goes to leave, and they're flying her back in a helicopter, and she's like, "Where are we?" And they say some town, and she's like, "No, we're not." And they're like, the guy flying the helicopter is like, "I assure you, I know exactly where I am." And she's like, "None of this was on the maps. This building wasn't on the map. Da 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 da. We have to go back right now." And so she goes to the guy who had asked her to come in, and she's like, "What the hell, dude? None of this stuff was on the maps." And he's like, "What does it matter?" And she's like, "What does it matter? You wanted me to give you my expert opinion on whether the town would flood or not based on 20-year-old maps. It matters a lot. Like, I can't give you, an accurate, whether it'll flood or not if you're going to give me 20-year-old maps." And he's like, "It doesn't matter." this is just like a random Hufflepuff student. And she's like, it does matter. It matters a lot. And she's like, the whole place is going to flood. And he's like, no, it's not. And she's like, yeah, it is. It's going to flood, and it's going to flood a lot sooner than I said it would. And he's like, what are you talking about? And so she goes on to explain it to him that these old maps, now that she's looked at the old maps and seen what the area actually looks like, it's gonna flood much worse, much sooner. And the guy's like, no, and she's like, yes. And so it turns into like this like battle of wills, essentially. Like, they called her in for her expert opinion and knowledge, but they don't want to listen to anything she's saying. And then, like, she's like, this huge area. So I guess they re-diverted the river to make room for other things like the towns and this one big kind of like building. And now the river is trying to come back. So there's supposed to be like a big wave, and some of the flooding is literally coming from the ground up. Like, the river is trying to right itself underground. And so she keeps trying to tell them, you know, the place is going to flood. It's going to be a mess. And they just keep wanting to argue with her that it's not. And so she tells them to blow these set of dams in this one town. And they're like, but there's cattle there. And she's like, yeah, you lose a little bit of livestock or lose a lot of people. It's your choice. So they blow it, but it's before she realizes that they gave her the wrong old maps. Now, they still should have blown those, but, you know, now they're saying like it's her fault because it didn't divert the water the way she said it would. Because at the time she didn't know the maps were wrong, you know, old. And so she's like, no, you still needed to blow that, but you also need to blow these over here in a town called Keedy. And Keedy has actual people and farms and stuff like that, not just cattle. And she's like, I understand, and they're going to lose their homes, but it will cause the water to go down, and you won't lose the main town, and it'll be better for everybody. But of course, politicians get involved, and they're like, well, you have to sign paperwork that says you could blow Keedy, the dams there, but don't. And this way, if anything goes wrong, you can claim like deniability, which is, you know, complete BS. But politicians, what are you going to do? Okay, there's the little Hufflepuff dude with his cart. And so she, finally he's like, fine, blow that area, but you need to go with to supervise it, right? But while she's on her way there with like the engineers to blow the dam, they tell the press. And of course that lets the people of Keedy know that they're coming to blow the dam, so it gives them time to prepare and stop them. Oop, that's not right. There we go. This little sticker says, Dad, what if I am put in Slytherin? Albus Severus Potter. And so then the people have like set up roadblocks and stuff, and they're not gonna let the military destroy the dam and essentially destroy their houses and such. And so she's got no choice but to essentially retreat. That's kind of weird. Okay, this one wants 9 3/4 on either side. Sorry. I got to concentrate on the sticker. Oh. And that goes right there. Okay. Well, wanted me to put this just kind of set in there. It's not really clipped in or anything, so hopefully later something helps that stay. And we put the 9 3/4 flag there. And so she keeps doing different like research to find out, try to figure out how bad it's gonna be. And so she's learning, like she goes to visit her mom and some other people, and like the basement of this one house is already like she can feel the moisture on the wall, and you can't even see the water yet, like in the houses, but she can feel the moisture in the wall. And she's telling people this, and they just keep arguing with her that it's fine, it's not gonna flood. I dropped that piece again trying to move this. Now I'm gonna have to find it. Dang it. Okay, well, I can't put this piece on. Well, I can, kinda. I just gotta figure out where that other piece slid out on me. Oh, one on the other side, same deal. And so, like, eventually she goes to the hospital and she's like, have you heard, or she runs into the doctor while she's out, and she's like, have you received the evacuation notice yet? And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. She's like, get ready to evacuate your hospital. By the time they tell you, it's going to be too late to do anything. And so he does. He starts Jesse Teed, thank you for the epic celestial fairy. So she starts like trying to get like her mom to go to higher ground, all the people she knows to go to higher ground, evacuate, all this stuff. And because nobody's listening to her, she finds out through some reporters, like she's like, I'll scratch your back if you scratch my back. Like, I need the number for the governor. And he's like currently on a trip to the United States. And she gets his number and she calls him and she tells him what's really going on. And he, of course, comes back very pissed that his people he left in charge are like letting this happen. They're just telling him that everything's okay and everything's fine, when that's not the case at all. And so he tells her, let's go to Kitty, let's blow the dam. And of course, when they get there, the people of Kitty have all these like sandbags haphazardly up on the thing, and they think that they're going to stop the water that's rising with this job. Of course, that's not gonna happen. Like, it's too far gone. And they're like beating back the little bit of military that was brought with, and they're not gonna let them blow. And they bring in a helicopter to try to stop them that way, like to basically use the water, the propellers on the airplane to like spray the water at people and get them to go back, but that doesn't work. All this stuff, right? And so she's like, fine, whatever, I'm leaving. And she's like, we tried, I tried, you guys made it so that it's not gonna matter. And like, as she goes back to town and they're showing it like the next day, like the streets are already flooding and the towns are flooding, like everything. And so that's kind of where we stopped. We didn't get to see the actual like tide or whatever that's supposed to go in, but it's crazy. Like the time frame they're talking about is like the late 90s, like 97. So I don't know if it's like loosely based on a real story or just completely made up, but it was interesting. And like all these people are trying to flee now, and it's not gonna matter. Like it's too late. Let's see. We're making 2 little like lamps. I love PBS. They're having more episodes of Miss Scarlet are being released every week right now. I think it's like they're like 2 episodes into season 4. I like that show. It's about a female detective in London, you know, which is of course uncommon, and nobody's taking her seriously or wants to hire her. This really went on this side. Oh. Okay. I did not miss any stickers. Mwahahaha. All done with the stickers. Oh, I didn't drop it. It's when I picked it up and turned it, it just made me think I dropped it. So, put that in there. And then that. And that back. And then this. And this. Yeah, or skip them. I didn't miss any, or skip any, or however you want to word that. We'll turn this around because we're working on kind of this side of the platform now. 2 of these, 2 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. Welcome in, Beauty and the Geek. How are you doing? I haven't been able to catch your stuff in a little bit. I'm sorry about that. We are finishing up the Hogwarts Express. The kids didn't have school Monday because of Martin Luther King, and they have not had school every other day of the week because of weather. It snowed on Sunday, and then the temps dropped to like 8, and we're in Arkansas, and that's just not kosher for this area. We got maybe like an inch of snow, which realistically isn't a lot, but for this area, any snow is crazy. So we are on day 4 of the kids being home. One scheduled holiday and the other 3 snow days or bad weather days. But last weekend, even though she didn't attend because like only 24 could go, the top 24 archers. They went to states, and her school took first place at the state qualifiers. So that's cool. We'll probably, when they have the finals in Hot Springs later this year, or like in a month or so, we'll probably go support the team for that. But it was cool. Normally they have like the high school, which is 10th, 11th, and 12th, have their own team, and then her school, which is the freshman academy, just 9th graders, has their own team. But this year they didn't have enough kids signed up to have 2 teams. So, but the guy, her coach, was like, if we had 2 teams, she definitely would have went to state. He's like, I just want you to know that if we had 2 teams, she definitely would have went. He's like, and I want her to keep playing. She's got, great stance, great posture, all that for archery, and we want her to continue to be part of the team. And we're sorry that she couldn't go this year, but they want her to keep doing. But the kids that did go took first with like 3,250 points out of the 24 archers. So that was pretty cool. 6. I'm happy that none of our pipes froze or anything like that. I was worried about that with how cold it got, because these houses aren't insulated for that kind of weather. So I'm happy none of that happened. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. We are in an ad break. Okay. Trying to make sure I did this right. I think that's right. Two, 4, 6, and 8. 2 and 2. thank you for the epic Demeter fairy. I probably didn't say that right. I hear that it's done, but I'm going to finish up this step because I think it's about one of the last steps. So well, you know what helps if you pay attention. Okay, I will hydrate. Let me make sure I'm putting this in here correctly first. I have a Harry Potter cup. Okay, it says shows whatever to do it like this. Kind of like that. And that's it. We are done. I will bring the giant train over here in a second to show you how it looks all put together. Let's do our Stream Raiders battle real quick. Oops, there was an issue. Reload. It's thinking, apparently. Okay, view battle. Let me scroll in so I can see better. Let's put you right there. Start battle. 35 or 36 against 50. This might be close. Muticus killed an epic. Oh, never mind. I guess once we got over that little hump, everybody else died fairly quickly. Let's open up. Wow, I killed 17 people. I had the most kills. Tibitit got Paladin Scrolls and Jesse C got Saint Scrolls. This will be, that was our last battle. Ooh, I got a Persephone vampire skin. Says something about quest. Oh, I don't know why it was like exclamation point skins, because there wasn't anything in there. Or quests, rather. Let's see. Vampire. Let's change to the Persephone skin. Okay, let's go to the store. Oh, I have a bunch of these laurels, so that's two of those. Two of those, that's 100. So I can do one more of each. Okay. I don't think that's enough keys to do anything. Nope. And not enough bones. Let's go to scrolls. Well, we'll do that one. 6. So here's 4. We'll buy that one. That was pretty much all our money, but that's okay. We could upgrade our flag bearer. Now he's a level 12. Let's see if we got any skins. I don't think so. Do a mage? I don't think I have a mage. Nope, mage is still locked. Well, thank you. Apparently enough to collect more. No money or anything, so I'm not going to go back and do anything, but I got that. Okay, like I said, that was our last raid battle for today. Let me grab the big train track and try to show you. Try being the keyword because it's ginormous. So me move my chair out the way some and move this. Okay. Not enough hands. It's catching on the mat, so it doesn't want to move by itself. I need 2 hands. It is like the entire length of my desk. Me. Okay, come on. Cooperate. Get on the train tracks. There we go, I think. Okay. Oh, I see what I was doing. It should work now. Let's see. So, you can't really see. Let me try to do this without like giving everybody the heebie-jeebies from jiggling so much. So there's the front of the train, and the coal car, and then out the other side is that last car. Like I said, sorry, it's crazy. And then this is the thing here, and I think it actually like attaches to the train. Sorry. Yes, it does. So this side here, you put like this, and there's some holes on the other side. And it's like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Start of that. So right here. Okay. So I kind of put some on the wrong side, it looks like, but that is easily fixed. It was hard to tell, or I just wasn't looking, rather. So they want that there, but they want these switched. So I'll take these off here. And this. And put this over here. And then just rotate this. I wasn't paying close enough attention to like where what the picture looked like. But this is like, okay, these underneath here too gotta change. Okay. Oh, I guess not. I know what I can change instead, make that easier. Just take nope, I guess it is the whole thing needs to come off. So this. Oh, no, it is too. This piece just kept a hold. That's why it looked like it wouldn't work. Then let's sneak these pieces in here. Oh, it's not a build unless you mess something up, right? But then that whole then the whole train station connects, and we can put our last people on there. Hermione, or Harry Potter and Ginny Potter with their 3 kids, and then some random students that are going to Hogwarts as well. Let me get that set up, and then I'll pull my camera off again so you can see. Stand. I was trying to put the Potter family all right next to each other. Okay. Sorry again for the jiggle jiggles. And I'm not sure if you can see it really. I put the Potter family there and some other people on the train platform. But yes, I will take once I get a shelf for it, I will take a picture of the whole thing on the shelf so you can see it better. But that is it for this one. Kevin already did the redeem, the points redeem to have to decide the next build. So the next build next week will be the motorized lighthouse will start next week, and that'll probably take about four-ish streams to finish, because it's over 2,000 pieces. So roughly, you know. And I will open that beforehand, at least to look at the book, so that I have the batteries when the time comes. That way I'm not scrambling around looking for batteries when we get to that step. I'll know in advance. Let's see who's available to raid into. Let's see. Let me do some careful hinky dinking. Twitch. Rad Builds is on, but I am not sure how long he has been on. So, and it looks like he's not on anymore. That raid thing on there sometimes is not the best. Mr. Harrell is on. So let me see. Let me mute that. Nope, but I can just type it in here. Mr. Yes. Lost it. So I started a raid into him. He's only been on for about an hour. But yes. So Sunday, like always, will be. I thought I bumped something off of it. Sunday, as always, will be. I did bump something there. Hogwarts Legacy. I have officially completed all the main quests, but I still have lots of stuff to find. So that is what I will be doing on Sunday. And then Tuesday, when I come back, it will be the beginning of the motorized lighthouse. So hopefully you all enjoyed watching me build this and, messing up so many times and undoing and redoing. But hopefully you had fun and you enjoyed hanging out with me, and you'll be back. Thank you all so much for coming. For any new follows or raids in, or I think Carrot resubscribed today. Thank you so much. Let's go.
Builder aided my stream with 6 viewers. See, that TTS knows Book Love and Builder. The other, my TTS
Scotty
says
Live
Book
said,
Lavine.
welcome Raiders. Danny Fandoms said, howdy. Stream Elements said, check out at Book Lavine Builder. https://twitch.tv/booklovanbuilder. They were last playing Makers and Crafting. Becca Bubbles said, welcome Raiders. Pyux said, welcome on in Raiders.
You want to help me?
My next big thing for the 2 days that I have off.
Hello again, and welcome to the show.
Is to get some info out of Shipwreck Rex.
Son of a bitch!
Bot that he uses on his Mac to do the auto shouts on raids and entries, because I think that is something I want to do. Just not because the mods aren't on top of things, they are, but at the same time, one less thing for them to have to worry and think about. I think that would be an awesome
Pyux said, you doing us out of job?
No, just the opposite. I want the ability for you not to feel the pressure of those tasks, which are a given. I would
Scotty
expect
Rodden
them.
said, I think using Firebot too.
Yeah, Firebot too. There you go. I think
Scotty
Firebot.
Rodden said, Pock, Shipwreck
Everybody
Bricks
tells me
said,
how terrible
yes,
it is.
Firebot works great.
Yeah, but everybody keeps telling me that Firebot's, oh, that's terrible. That's why I switched over to StreamerBot. I can't switch to StreamerBot. It's an EXE. This doesn't know
Scotty
anything
Rodden
about
said,
those.
I love Firebot.
Then I should be using that. I'll pursue that
Zrath
with
Smiley
vigor.
said, time to go to work. Work.
All right,
work,
Zrath.
work.
Have a good day at work.
Stream Elements said, have fun helping the elves build Lego sets at Maka Builds. Maka Builds said, sorting orders. Scotty Rodden said, very user-friendly. That's a big draw.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Pyurax said, have a fantastic day at work at Zrath Smiley.
I'm a very unfriendly user, so anything that give me some help on that would be really appreciated. Where does this one go?
Scotty Rodden
Oh.
at Zrath Smiley.
Oops. I did these two wrong.
Clockwork Ghosty said, I am once more coming back to see Santa. Lol.
Okay, good. Welcome back, Walter. Ho, ho, ho. I'm in the wrong screen. There we go. We're still building. Okay, here's the deal. Look at how much is done. This is the second floor. Look at the picture over here.
I went to move it and it broke and hit the floor. And this is what it looks like now.
So next stream.
No. No. No.
Clockwork Ghosty said, 0.0, what was that?
Nice.
Scotty Rodden said, not me.
No, this is part of the this
Clockwork Ghosty
thing over here.
Pyurax, thank you.
We have a couple of wake-up sounds that are just thrown in there. But I keep adding longer cooldowns.
Scotty Rodden said, Shaw.
He's wanting the chair.
This light is somewhere too. I clipped it with my jacket as I turned, but it could have been in something we picked up. But yeah, I was like, okay, let me move this just a little bit so it comes off so she can grab it. And it just went poof. And
talk to the hand.
like I said, we ain't doing that today. No thanks.
Here's two. I know I'm going to need these, so I might as well get them out. Three. I need two more of those. There's one. So I need one more
Hagar
of those.
agreed.
Yeah.
Are we done yet?
Hagar,
Are we done yet?
welcome in.
Are we done yet?
Like immediately it broke.
Said, some of us have to be the goody
Raise it out.
here.
Yeah, braid it out, and I was like, okay, let me move this so I can talk.
It's in the union contract.
Mr. Nolan, like, so, how was your stream? And you're over here like, no!
Yeah.
These
That's
slightly
where we're like, well, this is what it looks like.
At HAGARTHAGRE8070, Pyurax said, good day to you at HAGARTHAGRE8070. A pleasure to see you as always.
God, I wish I had a smarter
Hagar
TTS.
agreed, said, you good elf at Beckababala's 85 lol. Jaeger collects, said, hey, who said I don't do my job?
Nobody. I think you do a great job. Jaeger has been the mod since almost day one. Well, he and Scotty both. And Jaeger's a man on top of the task. He's there. I was gifting subs to the mods
Scotty
for
Rodden
6
said,
months.
so I see the Office reboot is reality happening. Pyurax said, at Jaeger collects he is trying to replace the mods with AI. Scotty Rodden said, awesome.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to assist them. God, replace. You cannot replace the brain of a qualified mod with an AI bot. It doesn't work that way. This is the thing about all the fear around. I'm not going to get into it. Sorry, almost dragged me into a AI conversation.
Hagar agreed, said, hi everyone.
Hi, Hagar. We need to get some more pie.
Yirax said, almost got you ranting there. Scotty Rodden
Almost
said,
got me ranting.
still Greg denials and Mike sure doing it.
AI's not there yet. Sorry. Not there. It's not far from it. Mark my word. I hate it. Wouldn't it be awful to be the guy that said, I told you so, I told you so. And then,
Oh,
yeah, well,
you know what I
it
heard?
doesn't matter.
Yirax said,
The New
"AI is
York
not AI."
Times is suing
AI
the
is
two companies
not
that have
good.
made AI,
But
ChatGPT
close.
and the other AI.
They have some AIs
Because
that are
essentially,
smart.
That
Oh,
green
in
you
order
gotta
to
be doing
program
see a
those
good movie
machines,
about AI going wrong. Watch
right,
the
in order to
1977 movie
teach
Demon 2.
AI, they have to do a
Yes.
form of
Oh yeah.
data
Oh
mining.
yeah. That's a great movie.
It's
And
called
then
something
there's
Head was
really
scratching.
terrible
said,
ones.
I've already seen this movie. It's called I, Robot.
And
And then it turns
basically,
into
it
the
was
Matrix.
like the best way to describe
There
it.
you
The
go.
guy
Yeah,
in
there's
the
plenty
video
of
was talking
movies
about
about
is that's like
the
you had a
apocalyptic
question
futures
and
what
you
that
were
follows
Googled.
you.
It's the same concept, but it was like if you had 600 people Google it all at the same time,
We're making
and then for every piece of information everywhere you
these
had
are
it right
just
there,
blank
and it was
busts,
happening
as they
in
say.
seconds, not in
Scotty
hours
Rodden
or
said,
days.
just watch The
Is
Terminator.
what these
No Skynet,
ChatGPT
please. Hagar that
IA
green
things
said,
did,
we will be all
like
dead and
a
gone when this
form of
happens.
data mining.
Okay, Skynet, right? Skynet.
And
Everybody
in
says,
order
"Oh,
to do
Skynet."
that,
No, we're not there
it
yet.
has to use
We got a
Becca
Skynet.
Bubbles said, at HAGARTHGRENT7,
it has to use
I am a
what
good
it
elf.
finds
I
on
am a
Google
very
and
sweet, innocent
in
little elf
through
helper.
the New York
Santa
Times
will tell you.
and
Pi
Seattle
Yirax
Free
said,
Press and
20
everybody
movies
else.
and
You know what I
28
mean?
warnings. Watch as the human
And
race
he goes,
blindly does
all
an
the
anti for
little
profit.
papers
We
are
already have a
settling out of
Skynet.
court for using their info.
Hagar that green
He goes, but
said,
not the New
at
York
Becca Bubbles
Times. The New York
85 LMAO
Times
sure
has
sure.
been known many times to press
Maka Builds
when the
said,
freedom
at
of the
Becca
press
Bubbles 85
and
Santa
basic
knows
knowledge
the
is
truth.
being
Santa knows.
interfered with
I
in
see
some
the
way.
future. Remember,
And
I
they
had
have the
TARDIS
money to back
for
it
a
up.
slave.
So they're suing under the guidelines because the deal is that every time you
I've been
take
to the future.
an article or something
No,
and
I
you try to pass it off as your own, it's like $150,000
Maka
fine.
Okay.
Builds said,
Now
you
imagine
ain't
that's
foolin', no
billions of
Rebecca.
dollars for every article they skim to get the information.
2 3s.
And he goes, there's two
Four.
major
Becca Bubbles
cases.
said,
He goes,
at
right
Mr.
now
Elf
it's at
Santa,
district
you
level
will
court,
tell them
but
what a
it
good
is
little
going to
elf
go to
I
the
am,
Supreme
please.
Court.
Yes, indeed.
And there's two main cases that
Yes,
they'll use.
Becca.
One
You have
case
done well.
saying
You have done
that
well. I will give you lots.
another company used something similar and nothing, like they were said it was okay because you
What
put
was
the
it?
information
What
out
was the movie?
there, anybody can use it.
I like
And
you.
another
I'll kill
court
you
case
last.
where the person,
God,
where
I
they
can't remember what it
found
is, but
that
it's funny.
it couldn't be used because of the same reason, essentially.
I kill you last.
You know, like, yes, it's free
Jeff
information, but
Dunham.
you took it in a way and in such bulk that nobody
That
else
goes
could.
there.
And that's not
This
okay.
goes here.
Because that means you're not an average person, you're a business or something.
Single thing.
And you're not getting the licensing to
one of these
do that.
ads.
You're just taking it.
And a whatchamacallit.
And he goes, one is going to say
And a
what they did is okay, and the other is going to, if they go with that precedent, is going to say it's not okay, and they're going to have to
There
pay
we
billions in fines.
So we've
But the
layered up
thing
another
is
one. We're gonna
if
do
they
the
deal
whole-
with
this
the
whole thing
second
on
one
the
where
other
they
side,
pay
too.
billions in
So guess
fines,
what the next
a
batch-
stipulation
22
of
is
those
gonna be
things
the other
is
side
that
of
the
this.
things are wiped. The data is erased, destroyed.
We're just doing
So
this side
ChatGPT and
until
them
it
wouldn't
lines up.
exist anymore. They'd have to scrub all of their data and start over again,
Yep.
paying
Hagar that
for the
green
licenses
said, at Becca Bubbles
after
85,
the
if you
fines.
can't dazzle them, brilliance baffle them with BS law.
He goes, so
Exactly.
if
Oh, yeah.
it goes with the second way, ChatGPT won't exist anymore.
That's a success in business.
Because
approach
there's no
things.
way to start over
The other
and
one
not
that's a
have the
really
licensing. You'll
useful
just be
tactic
right
is
back at the thing, and now you'll be in
distract.
really big trouble
Hagar
because you
that
already got
green
trouble
said,
once for doing it,
"Deflect
and you
Becca
did it
Bubbles
again the
85.
same way anyway.
I love the deflect ones, and I can see that happening. I see that happening with the planning commission meetings and things. If somebody does not want to address a particular topic because
Right.
it's uncomfortable,
So if they go
Then
with
they
option
deflect.
number 2 at the Supreme Court level, it'll be gone. It just won't exist anymore.
the unhoused issue is very concerning for our city.
Which
Yes,
will
And
get rid of like
global
all the
warming.
AI essentially,
unhoused.
which isn't a bad thing
global
for
warming.
those AI books and shit.
Global
They'll be
warming
gone
is an easy one because they can't do it.
because you
know,
can't have a book
personally,
that was
only
written
do
by
so much, but
out there to purchase
unhoused
by a
issue.
book that was written
touchy subject.
by an algorithm
it's-
thing that
yes,
no longer
we want
exists.
to fix the problem.
They are a product of the
Or
poisonous fruit
help
and want to
those
be
that
destroyed
need it.
too.
My backyard? No, no, not NIMBY. NIMBY. Not in my backyard. NIMBY. Oh, no, no, no. This is the feedback you get from the residents. Yes, help them. Not in my backyard. Yeah. Anyway, get me all ranting again.
Nope.
That's always
No,
fun.
I have to try
Get
this.
Santa to rant. Okay, so we are working our way around this layer, and we're going to do something with these windows. This will be windows in here.
Becca Bubbles said, at HAGARTHEGREAT70 you better.
There we go. That layer is done, except for these things. Those will be in the next bag, too, I believe. Oops, helmets. No idea. This is funny. We've got a guard's helmet, medieval, and we're gonna have a hat. This is a French general's hat, which is supposed to have something poking out of it. It's gonna have a feather. Watch. Oh, I take it back. And we have a hat from Robin Hood. These are not pieces you're going to see many other places. The feather goes over the top. Like this. I don't even have to guess. I can just tell. Yeah. Faces forward. Like this.
Hagar the Greed
Can't hold
said,
it.
gently throws Lego at Becca Bubbles 85 lol.
Thank you. So his thing goes on this side.
Jaeger collects said, build 3 of 5 done.
Okay. And then this helmet goes on here. Okay, so now, for those keeping up at home, we have the 3 helmets, or the 3
Becca Bubbles
ages.
said, oh wow, I
Oh.
just had some free Lego thrown at me, scored.
Okay, here's the deal. I'm going to show you with the 3D thing. Okay. I'm going to bring it down here and turn it around.
Hagar the Greed said,
Tilt
lol.
it. And I'm going to zoom it in a little bit. Zoom it in. Do you see the idea now? Ship's captain over the ship. Robin Hood's cap, Forester's cap, over the treehouse. And guard's helmet over the castle.
Becca Bubbles said, very, very cool.
It took me until that moment to realize that's what these 3 hats were and why they were oriented that way. But it really makes it obvious.
Hagar the Greed said, over the yellow castle law.
Yep, yellow castle. Blast from the past Lego. Getting the full measure of nostalgia. There you go. Okay, so we're going to do this.
Hagar the Greed said, nice Easter egg Lego.
Yes. Very nice. And now that you see it, you can't unsee it now. So you'll be, if you ever have anybody else go, wonder what this is about, now you'll know. Right? Pirate ship, treehouse, castle. And I had that pointed out to me because I was kind of pretty slow. And once I saw it, I went, oh, of course. That's correct. That's correct. straightening these out because they get twisted, so you want to push them back into alignment with the little tap on the hammer. And now they're perfect. But they could have just used double high pieces.
Hagar the agreed, said, I was lucky found my Scooby Gang minifigs and my sig fig.
Wow. Those probably are rare. I have, in that box of unbuilt Lego that I've showed way early on, I have an entire SpongeBob underwater, bikini bottom set.
Hagar the agreed, said, the Velma is.
I'm sure, Velma's probably the most rare. Okay, I need a 2x1 and a 1x1. Okay, well, you know what? If you can't see what's going on, turn it around.
Scotty Rotten, said, Velma is a sexy name.
Oh, you're so funny.
Scotty Rotten, said, so is Gertrude.
Gertie. It's always Gertie. Okay. Name a famous Gertie from movies. I've got one right here. But name a famous Gertie. Gertie. And you'll remember it the instant it'll click. It'll go, oh yeah.
Hagar the agreed, said, no clue.
On home. That's a clue. That's like giving you the answer.
Scotty Rotten, said, Gertie Gertie bang bang.
No, that's Chitty Chitty. But okay, thank you for playing. The little girl in E.T. was Gertie. Nobody remembers that except crazy old Santa. I'm giving myself a stretch. Free of charge. No redeems necessary.
Scotty Rotten, said, yep.
Yep. Isn't that amazing? Once you go, oh yeah! Come here, Gertie. What a name. Now, if I'm wrong, wouldn't that be the kicker? But I don't believe I'm wrong.
Scotty Rotten, said, who is the girl in Aliens?
Newt. See? Newt.
Scotty Rotten, said, Rebecca Pyrax, said, there was a Gertrude and Jersey Girl as well.
Newt.
Mail just
They
went.
come out at night, mostly.
Scotty Rotten, said, but everyone calls me Newt. Hagar the agreed,
Exactly.
said, okay, I was thinking actor's name, not character names.
Oh, I never know
Becca
the actors'
Bubbles,
names.
said, at Scotty Rotten 68, yes.
I can't remember actor or actress's names for diddly. Doesn't mean I shouldn't, but I just
Scotty
can't.
Rotten, said, she only did that one movie.
Yeah. She died in the second one, I think. She was officially dead when they came out of deep freeze.
Scotty Rotten, said, look on him, there are no adult pics of her.
That's probably true. It's like
Hagar
one
the
time.
agreed, said, yes, she died when AirPod crashed.
Yeah. Newt. Come out at night, mostly. She delivered that line perfectly. Mostly. So spooky. So creepy. Ooh. Yeah, Alien was
Scotty
definitely
Rotten,
the best.
said, mostly.
Mostly. She has to say it like that. Mostly. Yeah. The first one was good for the scariest part of it. Second one was absolutely wonderful for beating the crap out of aliens. I loved it. I
Stream
really
Elements,
did.
said, Arts Fantasy just raided the channel with 10 viewers.
Arts.
Welcome to the party. Arts Fantasy, said, hot raid. Scotty Rodden, said, damn, I love that movie. Another James Cameron masterpiece. Kissu Panteri, said, hot raid.
Welcome in, Arts.
Said, welcome Raiders. Stream Elements, said, check out at Arts Fantasy. https://twitch.tv/ARDSFANDAFY. They were last playing Final Fantasy V. Kamubat, said, hot raid. Kamubat, said, asterisk Waynogs asterisk. Becca Bubbles, said, welcome Raiders. Hi.
Arts, this is so different than what you're used to. Bye, Kevin. That was son 1 of 2, Kevin. Yeah, welcome in. We're. What were you working? What were you doing? What were you keeping busy doing?
Becca Bubbles said, "Hi, Kevin."
I'm
Bye, Kevin.
assuming VR chat, maybe. I don't know for sure. Or were you gaming today? Ours is cool. You definitely thank you for. I think somebody gave him a shout. If not, please give Ards a shout.
Arts Fantasy said, I was playing Final Fantasy V.
There you go. And there goes Jeff and girlfriend. Hi. Wave to the camera as you go by. They hate me. They hate me. I was like, don't make me. Don't put me on TV or on stream. It's all right. Yeah, I'll show you what we're doing. We're working on this guy.
Becca Bubbles said, hi, Jeff. Bye, Jeff.
Bye, Jeff. Bye, Jeff. Bye, Jeff. Everybody says hi, bye. Okay. Okay. Yeah. They love seeing you. They do.
Arts Fantasy said, I met with the Turtle Sage, who told is the big bad enemy is actually a tree: 3.
Yeah.
Jaeger collects, said, build 4 or 5 done. Scotty Rodden said, is he Jeff or Jeff?
No, Jeff. He's not Geof. No, it's Jeff. He's not the video one, yeah. He even said that as you went by. I don't know if you heard it. That was good.
Scotty Rodden said, Geoff.
No, it's not a Jeffafa either. It's Jeff. Yeah, he's not Dunham. No Dunham.
Just go
Jeff
only.
fun.
Okay.
No, I would assume so. That's such a deeply complex game.
Jaeger
I love how
collects,
they
said, Jeff Fafa. Hi, Erax said, Jar Jar Jeff?
No Jar Jar Jeff. No Jar Jar. No. Final Fantasy V. I love the story behind it. How there was supposed to be a Final Fantasy, and then players kept going, no, there won't be final. There's nothing final about this. So they just kept making more finals. It's kind of a continuous
Arts
thing.
Fantasy said, Yee, I love Final Fantasy X3.
What?
Oh yeah.
There's so many of them.
But there's
Did I do this right? Oh, I want 4 of these. I only had 3 of them. Oh, there it is. There's the 4th one. Okay, so we're going across this side now. We're doing. We kind of did that side. Now we're going to do this side.
there's another piece that goes a single stand up
Did somebody
normal
shout
size
Ards?
stud.
Or are all my mods the same?
Arts Fantasy said, there are only 16 now. If you don't count spin-offs or sequels X3.
Scotty's here. He can shout Ards. I like to do that for everybody that comes in.
Becca Bubbles said, now I have a console controller again. I have been back on Steam and playing a little Destiny 2 Urgent.
Yeah, it's the number of games.
Arts Fantasy said, at Pyrax did:
Awesome.
3.
Thank you, Pyrex. Thank you for that. This is why I have TTS.
Scotty Rodden said, Scotty
I
Worth,
can't
Pi
keep up.
Erax said,
can't
mods
keep
are on
up.
strike pending replacement.
I can't keep up. I can't keep up.
Oh, the text
No,
message.
there is no such thing as mod replacement. Mods are the foundation of the ability to be a streamer.
There's the text message.
People who think they can get by without it are fooling themselves. Mods are a keystone. They're I keystone better than cornerstone. I like keystone. They're the keystone. They hold the stream together.
I was just trying to scooch it a little bit.
I was in Scotty Stream
and just like,
bastards came in and tried to hate raid it long time ago.
Scotty Rodden said, you need better mods, no argument.
No, I think our mods are pretty good. You get very lucky. I have, Puck. I've got Lego. I've got Pyrex.
Jaeger collects said, someone needs banning.
Well, they even
Yeah,
mentioned in the
well,
email that they went.
nobody-
Gerard agreed
We're good.
said, when you get bigger, yes, agree with you,
Yeah.
but smaller
They
streams can
have
handle
people
without it
go
needed.
out and that's their whole job for the
You know what?
transportation. Well,
It's
I
the small
shouldn't say their
streams
whole
that get
job,
completely
but like part of their
obliterated by
job
hate
is
raid.
when it snows, they go out and drive around the roads to see if they're even passing.
Sends a streamer to
Scotty
a
Rodden
panic.
And you gotta
said,
think
at
about it, like
Jaeger
it may be
collects.
passable in a car, but a bus is a whole nother. So if it's hard for them in a car, it's gonna be
Jaeger's
damn near
an awesome
impossible in a
mod.
bus.
He's been here forever.
That's neat that they put in the email that they drove around the
Yeah.
city checking the road.
They are very transparent about why.
Alrighty.
Oh, we
Okay,
believe
so
the
we
roads
can
are
close
icy.
this
It's
out
not. We
and
went out
we
there
can
and
see what
checked the
they're
roads.
doing.
You know, they are very transparent
One
in
and
when they
one.
say things. It's not just
One.
yeah, we don't
with
think
a glass
it's
of
safe.
water.
No,
Gosh, I
they've
just
gone
did.
out there, they
You
tested
guys
them
are a little
themselves.
little off time. Orange juice. Oh man.
Raider Victor said, there is the shield function that can be used when the raids start.
Yes. But the first time a raider, streamers hit, they don't even know that.
The Devonverse said, hey, hello, I'm here.
Devin, welcome in. We'll see how many naps and other things you have today. There it is.
Pi Erax said, evening at the Devonverse. The Devonverse said, well, can we schedule Sunday for the guest room? The Devonverse said, stream.
Yes, we can have a little overlap time on Sunday. How's that? Hopefully that will make you a happier camper. It'll be fun. We can do a little overlap. Okay. I have no idea what this is, but we just, oh my god, Despacito again. Up, closer. Oh wow, that was close.
The Devonverse said, I had a dream that I was back in school and a zombie apocalypse started. Everybody in my school was a zombie, and I needed to escape from a zombie-infested school. When I escaped and then I blew up the building, and the whole world was saved. Mr. Rawl
Nice.
said, Clockwork Ghosty landed for 41.13.
Nice. Okay. I might actually end early today, just so I have time to get cleaned up and ready to go tonight. We'll see. I don't know what this is.
The Devonverse said, I had a quick power nap before I started my Twitch. Hagar the Greed said, okay, this sucks, misplaced my bag of lightsaber rods.
Oh.
Okay.
No idea what this is. No idea.
Good morning, my good sir. Would you like a cup of tea?
Really? Oh, it's been a while since we've had Hip Hip Cheerio come in for a visit. Let's correct that.
Hagar the Greed said, found theme. Hagar the Greed said, the Devonverse said, look like a gun.
Okay, wait a second. I don't want to pull my microphone off the table.
Becca Bubbles said, did anyone watch the Korean zombie school TV show, All of Us Are Dead? It was really good.
No, I haven't seen that.
Shipwreck Bricks said, are we close to making you open Titanic yet? Jaeger Collects
We're getting
said,
there.
yes.
We're getting there.
Hagar the Greed said, saw about half of the first season. The Devonverse said, I seen it already. Becca Bubbles.
Bah humbug. I don't like the Scrooge. Like, would you like some sugar in your tea? Like a splash
Becca
of
Bubbles
milk.
said, if you like zombie things, I recommend it. Jaeger Collects said, at BECCABUBBLEZ85 watch Happiness.
Would you like some crumpets with your tea? I like this hat.
The Devonverse said, Raw, I need to throw by you a monocle.
Then I couldn't see for
Jaeger Collects
You know when I have
said,
no glasses?
this is a tad insulting.
This is... No, it's a respectful. Sort of. I can't actually focus beyond there.
Arts Fantasy said, at Becca Bubbles 85, is it a Netflix one? Colon 3, it sounds interesting.
Jaeger. No, it's not insulting. You should hear
Becca
me do my
Bubbles
southern...
said, at Jaeger Collects, is that another Korean zombie thing? Jaeger Collects said, at BECCABUBBLEZ85 yup.
Boy, it spells it out the whole time, every time. God, Oh, thank you very much.
Jaeger Collects said, at Arts Fantasy yup.
Yum. Ooh, those two are stuck together. There we go. This one's got a lot of pink on it because it was stuck to another cookie. Yum.
Hagar the Greed said, I have seen the new Doctor Who episodes and I am done with Doctor Who, will never watch it again. Stream Elements said, check out at ScottyRotten68, https://twitch.tv/ScottyRotten68. They were last playing Just Chatting. Becca Bubbles said, at Arts Fantasy, yes, I think I did watch that on Netflix.
It's a telescope. It's a telescope. It's a telescope.
Pyrax said, they were that good at HAGARTHAGART8070?
Tasty, thank you. Take a sip after that. Orange juice and cookies.
The Devonverse said, well, my mom's let me build a giant Lego city.
Your mom is very generous. I'm married. My wife doesn't want me to build a giant Lego city. But she understands that it's part of the expectations of a Lego aficionado. That's a good word too, aficionado. Okay, so now the telescope is there. I don't know what it's a telescope for, but maybe it's a Galileo's first telescope, but it doesn't.
Hagar the Greed said, at Pyrax, in my opinion, they are utter crap and they have kill drive who.
Yeah, they're not that good. I have to.
The
Yeah,
Devonverse
Hager's kinda
said,
right.
well, that's a little telescope that he used to get in the Lego space sets as a little item that the minifig can hold.
Kind of hold it, but not really. Two of these. Three stutter. 4 more bricks. 1, 2, 3. Where's the fourth one? There it is. Four brick pieces. And 1 of those. Okay. I'm going to do this around here. 4, 4, 2. You could have done this with a single piece, but no. And then brick, 3.
Hagar the Greed said, don't want to spoil anything with details at Pyrax.
Yeah, don't spoil for people, but it haven't seen it, but
Pyrax said, that's a shame Doctor Who is good. I've spent many hours playing at being the Dalek in an old cardboard box with an egg whisk and toilet plunger sticking out of it.
yeah. Exterminate! Exterminate! I did that with. I'm such a nerd. The Terminex guy came out to get rid of the spiders and other things around the place, and I went out like that, and I was pointing at a spider infestation area, and the guy went, "Exterminate! Exterminate!" He chuckled, which was enough. That helped. It broke the moment, but
Scotty Rodden
what an
said,
idiot I
oh
was.
well, no need to watch it now, Hugh.
Exterminate! Exterminate! Gosh, it's terrible. All right, let's just count these out. We're almost done with this bag, and then I'm gonna take a break. A little early, but we'll do a Discord thing too. 2 of these. Oh, it's cold up here. 1 of these. 2 of these. This is gonna be all the way around here. 2 of these. 2 of these.
Becca Bubbles said, at Pyrax amazing.
Yeah, there it is. I knew this was coming. This is almost almost like, oh yeah, you know exactly what's happening. That. See, the other 3 goes over here, and then we're going to do the double ups.
Hagar
the
then agreed,
1x1s.
said, the classics Doctor Who is great 1-7, no complaints, but where they took the show with new stuff is not what I am liking.
No, they really have sort of rebooted it into an alternate universe for him. And the whole 12 reincarnations, they just kicked that right out of the canon. They shot that away with a cannon. 4 and then doubles. Okay, 4 and then long piece, and a 2. There we go. Now we're gonna cap the whole thing because that's what I have pieces for now.
Becca Bubbles said, at Scotty Rotten 68, I will say that the 9th and 10th TRS, those seasons were superb.
Yeah. I did not like Capaldi that much. He had a couple of
Jaeger
extremely
collects,
good
said,
episodes.
build 5 of 5 is done.
Well, congratulations.
Scotty Rodden said, oh yeah, I bet.
But
Zrath Smiley
Matt
said,
Smith.
they broke the show.
Matt Smith was the best. I really liked Matt. He made me chuckle.
The Devonverse said, raw, I'm letting it make me a script for a movie that has not came out yet.
Okay.
Pop cut fizz, yeah, that's it. You do you, I do me, that's lit. I'm a snack, 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 snack. That's my flavor.
Chips Ahoy, here for happy.
And 1. And 1 of these, where's the other one? Oh, 2 of these. 2 of these. And a 1x1.
Pyrax said, be no good writing a script for a movie that was already made.
These are going to all be leftovers. Can you believe that?
The Devonverse said, shipwreck Rick's no stream today. Hagar then agreed, said, took me years to get through the Matt Smith episodes. He is my least favorite of the Doctor Who actors, not including Jodie. Have seen much of her episodes. Becca Bubbles said, I warmed to Matt eventually. It took a while after Lieutenant, but I did enjoy his time too, and the writing was still clever at that point.
I love Matt Smith. I thought Matt Smith was probably tied with the best one for me.
Zrath Smiley said, I mean, the show already had a habit of pulling stuff out of its ass. Now it's just whatever. Mr. Rawl said, the Devonverse landed for 59.33.
Nice. I think Zrath
Scotty
has
Rodden
it.
said, at Zrath Smiley exactly.
I think Zrath has it kind of pretty much
Hagar the
Correct.
Greed said, out of the new Doctor actors, David Tennant is my favorite.
Thank you for that. Move this up so I can see it. Long and short. Okay. There we go. We now have created a symmetric level for this particular section. These are all at the same level.
The Devonverse said, well, give me 3 actors and they're going to be in a movie that I'm not making. Hagar the Greed said, out of the new Doctor actors, David Tennant is my fave.
3 actors.
Scotty Rodden said, it's about time.
3 actors.
Becca Bubbles said, whatever happened, it brought a lot of people a lot of joy over the years, and will always be beloved and appreciated for that by its followers. Jaeger Collects said, builds are up on Discord.
I got 3 actors
Smiley
for you.
said, Tennant is great. Suspicious Coffee Mug said, literally can't let your chat near anything breakable.
I know. Coming up.
Jaeger Collects said, oh god. More nom nom? You people are deranged.
Get ready. There you go. 8 times. Thank you for that. Watch, it's going to be a new bag.
Jaeger Collects said, y'all are gonna drive me insane. Becca Bubbles said, love it.
8. The number of the counting shall be 8. Can you believe these are all leftovers? All of those. Bum, bum. Okay, I need a break. Then we'll do Discord and other things before I get started on the next bag. Okay? Do some drop. Have some fun. I'll
the
be back.
Devonverse said, well, the 3 actors now.
3 actors. Keanu Reeves, Bruce Willis,
Pioneer
and
said, sure, have a good break.
Keanu Reeves, Bruce Willis,
Hagar the Greed
Tom
said,
Cruise.
I have to bow out for take care everyone.
Get those 3 together. Keanu Reeves, Bruce Willis, and Tom Cruise. Yes. All of the various ages
said,
of action
and that one guy
stars.
wrote some truly nightmare stuff that stays with you. Are you my mummy? Not every shadow, but in shadow. Don't blink. We didn't half the parts.
Jesus Christ, you guys are crazy. Alright, Bird. Have fun. I'll be back.
The Devonverse said, how am I going to get them together when I'm not making a movie?
I don't know. Figure it out.
The Devonverse said, are you taking a short break? Zrath Smiley said, Bruce Willis has dementia and is unavailable. The Devonverse said, I can substitute Bruce Willis with Johnny Depp. Mr. Rawl said, drops are cute this game. Mods can now type star drop to activate. Pyrax said, any more takers? Draft Smiley said, what's the name of the writer who did Don't Blink? The Devonverse said, hey, a Pyrax buddy old pal. Pyrax said, evening at Frankie Viking. Becca Bubbles said, at Draft Smiley Stephen Moffat I think. Draft Smiley said, that's it, I couldn't remember his name. Mr. Rawl said, Becca Bubbles 85 landed for 75.95. Becca Bubbles said, woohoo. Pyrax said, nice one Becca. Frankie Viking said, many things are called Don't Blink. Which one are you thinking about? Becca Bubbles said, at Draft Smiley I remember that watching a panel with his about Sherlock and someone asked him about it.
Okay, that might be a good one. No. One too many bounces. Yeah, that's what I thought. The trick is to figure out if they're going to land right.
The Devonverse said, I'm related to the Three Stooges.
That I'll believe. That I'll believe. Oh my.
Frankie Viking said, all three of them?
I have a think. Put exclamation point think.
Mr. Rawl said, Headless Weevil 0 landed for 92.03. The Devonverse said, yes, all three of them and their personality.
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens. I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
There you go. Hi, Frankie. Welcome in. Okay, we were going to go to Discord. Let's look at Discord.
Hello again,
And
welcome to the show.
Discord it is. Discord, dat cord, we all cord.
Oh, go and get a glass of water.
Thank you, I will. Oh, look at the clock. An early 1900s clock. I had a clock like that, but not that age. I had a clock in that style for my townhouse.
Shipwreck Bricks said, ain't it pretty?
Has
Becca
a winder in
Bubbles
the middle.
said,
You know
at
it's
Shipwreck Bricks very...
you know it's vintage when it has a winder. And a really, probably a working pendulum, right?
Draft Smiley said, Muffet is a good writer, but turned out to be a bad showrunner. Shipwreck Bricks said, yep, and it's been serviced and ready to use. Pyrax said, I have an old punch card clock that was in my grandfather's factory. Makes a satisfying kerchong sound when punching cards. Shipwreck Bricks said, yup, it has a pretty one.
Jaeger. That's a slightly healthy meal. Not extremely, but slightly. That is enough vegetables for a week. And the taters? Yeah, taters for sure. Good.
Jaeger collects said, chicken, chips, and mixed veg.
Yep. Very tasty looking. Healthy. There's a Scotty Rotten's 2-year Twitch streaming thing for the 20th.
Pyrax said, getting your 5 a game there.
Oh, wait, this has got a, oh, look at that, it's got animation.
The Devonverse said, raw, I just posted a picture and said build.
Nice, Scotty. There's live builders, which I think is just me. Nope, Derek Carrick's on. At AM, that was at AM. Holy crap. Set builds. Let's go see. What's going on in set builds today? 2:30. This is the 1 of 5. I got it. Jaeger's been building little things. There they are. Yeah, the Lego home. I wish I wanted a kit for that, but 1 and then 2. Tree of Creativity. Dinos. Very nice. Huh. What's the green joints? Is that correct? Are you sure that shouldn't have been on the middle one? Instead of the first one? Don't know. The duck, of course. I've seen that. The duck.
Jaeger collects said, no, it's correct.
Okay.
Pyrax said, you said you had something about triangles.
Oh, no. Yeah, the Britons. I'm so wise in the way of
The Devonverse
science.
said, I have the original duck set.
Nice. Deformation Toy King of Sniper Oversized Action Figure Robot Model Deformed Original Gift for Kids. Why is it deformed?
The Devonverse said, it actually shoots Nerf bullets.
Huh.
Hagless Weevil said, did you see my Christmas Lego I put in the disc port? Jaeger collects said, darts, not bullets.
Yes, these. I saw these. Those are cool. Man, Lego puts things for everything. Oh, it's not going to show it to me. Okay.
Jaeger collects said, Nerf tries to separate itself from real steel terms.
Oh, look. You have one of my portraits. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, 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 ho.
Scotty Rotten said, tomato, tomato.
There's Devon's start of Devon's ship collection. Which will never end.
The Devonverse said, as Jaeger collects, I know they are called Nerf darts. I grew up calling them Nerf bullets. Hagless Weevil said, yep, Santa gets around.
Very nice. Wrong room, buddy. What? Oh. Oh, don't we have a Transformers or plastic models section? Yeah, plastic models. That's here. But it's a set bill. I don't know. It's a toss up, right?
The Devonverse said, I'm sorry I was in a rush supposed to picture her before you got on Discord.
Yeah, it's okay. Boom, chakalaka boom. There you go. And this is where I started this, the connection to the OBS was in here, in the Lego section of Astro's room.
Hagless
So I
Weevil
tend to
said,
wind up
when my
landing
daughter
on it.
writes at her Christmas note to Santa, she leaves it by the plate with 2 tacos and he can choose if he wants a Pepsi or Coca-Cola, and she carrots for the reindeer. Then we go outside and see the tracks of the sleigh in the front yard with bits and pieces of not all carrots.
Nice. That's nice. That's a good memory. That's a good memory. I would like that. We don't have any snow, so I can't have those memories. Wow. Oh, look,
Hagar
Jaeger posted
Degreed
there too.
said, got to run, take care.
Okay, yeah. Hagar, have a good day. Thank you for popping in. I think we've
Becca
done the half.
Bubbles said, at HAGARTHEGRE 8070 by EE.
Bye.
Jaeger Collects said, see you at HAGARTHEGRE 8070.
Bye,
Hi
Hagar.
Erax said, later at HAGARTHEGRE 8070, have a great day. Stream Elements said, check out at HAGARTHEGRE 8070.
God, say it enough
https://
times.
twitch.tv/Hagar the Great 70. They were last playing makers and crafting.
16 of these. I already got the bag open. I got ahead of the curve on this. I said, you know what? I'm just going to pop the bag and get it ready.
Pyrax said, Hagar the Great 70.
It's the greed. It says greed. I don't know why it insists on greed, but it's like, okay. I love it when I go to a semi-news
The
stream.
Devonverse said, well, you are making pipes.
I am making columns, I believe, that go over here in front of the windows, just like the first floor had. But they go 4 at a time, and then it's going to be the 4 front windows. But I think we're going to do this multiple times. Yeah, 16 of these. That's only 1/2 of them. We're going to have a whole bunch more in here. Okay, so 16. Watch in front of the windows. Yep, there they are. Left side, and then we'll do it again on the right side.
The Devonverse said, well, I'm not Devon anymore now. I'm Yogi Bear Average in the Average Bear. Hey, boo-boo.
Devon Bear. Couldn't bear it. There we go. 4 columns.
Blastadzes said, Happy Thursday, Santa. The Devonverse said, I just really wanted to say it.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Blast. How you doing? How's life? How's things? 1, 2, 3, and 4. There you go.
Blastadzes said, hey, it's Yagi at the Devonverse.
Oh, I missed. Okay. Do it now. I had it on Do Not Disturb, so it was avoiding telling me things that I needed to know. My watch. But we're okay.
Becca Bubbles said, at Blastadzes, yeah.
3 and 4. Okay, so what are we going to do? We're building the over
The Devonverse said, well, can you please change the song? It's making my head hurt.
I don't even know what this song is.
Blastadzes said, hey, Becca, glad to see you.
It's supposed to be almost over. Let's skip this one. Let's go to the next one. Today would be good. Let's go.
Becca Bubbles said, are we going to learn about triangles? Pyrax said, at the Devonverse Turn stream volume down then.
Why is this second. Now you screwed me up. So now, there it goes. Everything's fine. We're all fine here. Now we go. There it goes.
The Devonverse said, at Pyrax I cannot compute your question.
Very few can, trust me. That's right, we're supposed to be doing science. Don't fail to remind me when I have foobed a redeem. Let me put these pieces on and then we'll do science. Because I blew right past it.
Blastad said, science class, let's go.
Let me put these on the build. Yep, that's what I thought. This is what locks the columns in place. It's not a long one. It's a short science.
The Devonverse said, poop science.
It's actually more structural engineering. So you understand why things get built the way they do. It's very helpful to understand that. Because people wonder, why did they do that? And I'll explain it. And it's stuff that people really actually learn naturally over life. They learn it themselves.
Pyrax said, the science of poop is actually quite a fascinating one.
Yes, it is too. That's true too. I have seen videos of food digestion. Oh, wow. It's scary how that stuff happens inside you. All right, so let's go to tube.
The Devonverse said, in my LEGO city I'm planning on only buying off-brand modular sets with light kits in them.
Let us go to history. I'll show you the one that I restarted. Boop. History. Down. Way down. Where is it? No. No, that's not what I wanted. There it is. This one. It's a 5-minuter.
The Devonverse said, boo.
As I walk around a city, I tend to notice the shapes of things. Check out that elevator shaft.
Scotty Rodden said, at the
Triangles
Devonverse then
stiffening
it's
the
not a
structure
LEGO
around
city.
That walkway down there has triangles all over it, as does the dock right underneath, actually. And of course, huge triangles made out of rope in tension supporting the masts of that tall ship. Why do all these structures use triangles?
The Devonverse
It's because
said,
triangles
boo.
support, stabilize, and stiffen the structures.
Yes.
Support,
Blastad
stabilize,
said, Scott
stiffen.
T. Ten
Hey,
He
cool,
Captain.
3 S's.
Scotty
Make a
Rodden
triangle out of
said,
that.
at Blastad
Triangles are really powerful. To demonstrate how powerful triangles are, I'm going to use a really classic project.
Yeah, gummy bears and
some gummy worms to join them to build a structure that's hopefully strong enough to hold up this brick. I'm going to use scissors to chop the gummy worms into little gummy connectors.
Could have just used gummy bears.
So I have now a very nice little cube. I'm going to let it go in 3, 2,
squish.
1.
There it goes.
One of the big challenges we're running into with this particular design is that it's all built out of parallelograms. A parallelogram is a shape with opposite sides.
I don't know who he's talking to.
Said, I really want those gummy worms on my mouth.
And you can see, when we stick the brick on top of this structure, the connectors aren't that strong.
No,
so
none of the
instead of
forces
staying
are
up,
being
the
taken
whole
to
thing just flattens.
There it goes again.
Instead, let's try building a structure based on a triangle. As I apply force to the triangle, you can see that it has a lot of stiffness. No flattening this shape. 4 triangles all stuck together. But the fancy name for this shape is a tetrahedron.
Well,
so I'm just going to keep adding triangles until I have enough structure to support the brick.
Tetrahedron. Boom.
Nice. Those triangles are not flattening like the
The
parallelogram.
Devonverse said, well,
The
did I hear
triangles
what
are
happened
braced
to the mall
against
in
each
Miami
other
where
for
all the police
stability.
showed up?
It's a nice,
No, but we'll wait until this is done.
strong structure that supports the brick. Even though the little connectors we used aren't that strong all by themselves. What a great shape. You know, when I think about it, I use triangles all the time when I build stuff. material I'm going to work with is some aluminum cans. The cans are strong in compression.
I did my graduate thesis on fluid-filled structures for structural engineering, and he's talking about this stuff, and I was talking about it in 1982.
Which means they can hold weight when they're pushed on the top and the bottom. To show how strong they can be, I'm going to stand on one.
Bricklets said, I broke a tooth once on a Dorito.
And you can see how much load was
The
on it.
Devonverse
Because
said,
all we had to do
on
was
the next
tap
science
the
lesson when
side,
it gets working,
and it
can we
didn't
learn
have the
about
stability
structures?
to resist that tiny, tiny side force. The whole thing went
Fluid-filled is what you need. There's nothing you
I'm
can
going to build myself a stool out of recycled cans, some duct tape, and paint sticks.
Draft Smiley
Here's
said,
leg number
I
1,
love triangles.
times 2, times 3, times 4. These are going to be the 4 legs of my stool. Time for some paint sticks. I know
Triangulate
this
it.
isn't going to work out so
Crisscross.
much because what shape is it? Parallelogram. And this parallelogram, without additional stability, will flatten like this. So I'm going to add some triangles to stabilize it.
Yep. Done.
Check it out. A triangle here and another triangle here. Let's see if this thing still acts like a parallelogram or not.
Nope. But
No,
that means the
it's actually
points
a
that
lot
the
stiffer.
triangles connect
Now I
have
guess
to
all
be
I need
extra
is something to
strong.
sit on top of. It's still wiggling a little bit. If I add more triangles, the stiffness of the structure should increase a bit.
You have to add them in opposite angles too. Here's what people don't think about is they think, oh, just wrap it in triangles. And if they put all the triangles in the same direction, you get rotational collapse because it'll twist. I can't show you.
The Devonverse said, well, I actually did this for the science fair when I was in middle school making
That's
jar out of
actually
soda
a lot
cans.
more stable.
Yep.
These triangles in this structure are giving me those 3 S's.
That makes total sense.
Stability, stiffness, and support. The stiffness and the stability increased thanks to adding more triangles. So now the stool can support me. Anytime I'm
The
looking to
Devonverse
support,
said, imagine if it cracks and breaks and he falls in his butt.
something I'm making,
That would be funny as hell.
I'm going to add a triangle.
There you go. Anyway, so here's the deal. Let's see if I can find it.
Blastadzes said, at Scotty Rotten 68 and at BECCABUBBLEZ 85, when this is redeemed, can you make it only emotes only so we can listen to it without the talking? Appreciate it, Alex, cause I missed
That's
Alex.
not a bad
Bricklets
idea.
said, this is why you should buy your kids Technic Lego.
Best layout of triangular support.
The Devonverse said, can we learn about structures?
Rotational collapse. That's kind of specific.
Scotty Rotten said, what did I miss?
Not much. We're talking some science. This is too much complicated stuff. Yeah. I wish I could just show it to you. There's one for bracing. Bracing, what people here's a good. Let's just take a peek at this and then we'll move on.
You must have seen in
Scotty
many
Rotten
steel structures,
said, if you
bracing
believe in
are
science,
used.
okay.
As you can see here, in this pipe rack, this bracing have been used. But do you know why this bracing has been used?
Yes,
Why
I do.
they are used in a particular side?
Yes.
How they carry load?
Yes.
Well, this video will
Scotty
explain
Rotten
everything.
said, that's just like your opinion, man.
Okay, we're done. We're done with science. We've done it. But the point being is that you put triangles together in buildings, right? Like this. If you put a triangle that's at this angle and a
said,
triangle,
Scotty even mods, no talking.
you put a triangle that's at the same angle, following the same direction. If both your triangles are like in the same direction, then they collapse downwards. So you have to have them doing this kind of a thing. You want crisscross or an opposite point.
Bricklets said, those are fingers, not triangles. Draft Smiley
That's a triangle.
said, thank you for talking all over the videos.
Yes. I know.
Pi
You guys.
said, well, it only worked totally perfect.
Point being,
Scotty Rodden
torsional.
said, thanks.
I'm going to start the music up, and we're going to build some more. That's it. Try. People don't even think about it when they put stuff together. They think that this makes something big and straight and strong, and it'll be yes, tall and straight, and then it goes falls right over. That's a technical term too, like that. That's the exact thing that it does.
Scotty Rodden said, "I'm audio only here on mobile. Are we watching videos?"
Does that help for Scotty? Okay, where's the music?
Frank the Viking said, quiet.
Everybody go quiet.
Pyrax said, I tried adding triangles to my sandcastle and it did not help.
Stream Elements, Twitch, YouTube, Upbeat, Summer. It really gets very... There it goes. There we go. We got we have a video called Smile, or a song. So this is the video /song for Smile. So you should all be smiling when you see this and hear this. You don't see it, so you should hear it. All right, there we go. We've done science. We build things, think triangles. Because what's fun about it, which I wish I could spend a whole stream on, is a thing called statics, a friend for life. That's the thing I grew up on in college. Semi-grew up on. Statics, a friend for life. It's a book.
Smiley said, Beach Boys?
Yeah, it's not the Beach Boys. Yeah, triangles. But I thought that might be interesting. It's a little less about astrophysics and other things, a little bit more about down to earth stuff of building things. And then one more piece of science. Why don't the Legos collapse? These pieces. Let's see if I can do it with these. Here, I'll do it with these. Put the pieces together like this, they're not as strong.
Pyrax said, secret triangles?
There's no strength to it. It just doesn't really stay strong. That's strong because it's somewhat of a triangle, but it's not. I'll show you what's really going on. By stacking these five.
Said, what? No glue and it sticks.
I know, amazing, isn't it?
Singular
This
piece.
structure is a parallelogram, just exactly like they talked about. Why doesn't it collapse?
It's this
Because
color,
it's got
but it's just like
built-in
a
triangles.
normal height.
Surface
but
becomes
one
what's called a
like
shear
half.
plane. Shear is a thing that prevents stuff from moving side to side like this. So, and in earthquakes, shear planes is what keeps your house from falling down. People build houses that are just made up of
This is
arches
what it
and
would
glass.
attach to, like
Then the
right
house
here.
goes, crashes down. Alright, so there, we did that. There. Now you know. Shear walls. Look for things called shear walls. They are vital to stability in homes.
Frankie Viking said, the nubs keep it together, creating a kind of friction.
You've reached the Monty Python Silly Voices Preservation Society. If you're the Silly Boys, you may make your donation after the beep.
Hi, we're not in right now to take your call. If you'd like to leave us a message, please press pound, press 3, then dial your name.
Scotty Rodden said, my fave doctor was Dr. Seuss.
Extension 4443, then leave your name and message. If you want to leave your number and the time you call, please press star twice, bark like a dog, spin in a circle, press 1 26 times, and wait for the beep.
Oh my god.
Scotty Rotten said, at Bricklets hey. Zrath Smiley said, it's a Mac attack.
It's a Maca attack. A Maca attack. I'm going back to Santa.
Bricklets said, Scotty.
My brain hurts!
Zrath Smiley said, unprovoked.
Okay.
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
That's my state of mind usually. Trying to think, but nothing happens. I loved Curly. Curly was so good. Then they had Shem.
Very witty.
Shem was not so good. But, yeah, whatever.
I fart in your general direction.
We're doing this twice, so let's just do it. Yeah, Shemp, no. Shemp was, no. But they needed...
Civil engineers said, howdy.
Curly had to go out. Hey, welcome in. Civil engineer? Oh my god, we were just talking about civil engineering. Structural stability.
Said, hello at Civil Engineers. Becca Bubbles said, okay you crazy lot. This elf has gotta go get some rest. Have fun all.
Have a good night, Becca. Thank you for being here. Sleep well. We're putting the windows in. Civil engineer.
Bricklets said, the power of Doritos. Maca Builds said, good night Becca.
We were just talking about triangulation and directional force
said,
and all that.
good night Becca.
I prefer to be an uncivil.
Pyrax said, night at Becca Bubble has 85 sleep well.
Can you go tuck her in?
Scotty Rotten said, at VECCABUBBLEZ85GN.
Yay. Now it's going to rotate them. Watch. No, it didn't. It's just expecting me to know that it goes in front. Boy, it's having a hell of a time getting to the next song in the lists.
Civil engineers said, just got done working on drainage, which is the worst part.
Drainage is bad. Liquefaction
Headless Weevil
would be
said,
worse.
man, I miss playing around with Auto CAD 2000.
Yeah. I try to explain to people I live in the Bay Area, and why don't we have a lot of basements? Well, we don't have a lot of basements because the water table is pretty high up, and we live next to the bay, and the bay, you wouldn't want your basements basically becoming indoor swimming pools. So, yeah. Drainage is important.
Pyrax said, hope you got the correct slope on your drainage. Frankie Viking said, basement.
Basements are fun. We don't have any basements. There are very few. Some of the older houses
said,
do.
I'm back. I left. I couldn't take any more of science.
Okay, you're back. Welcome for you. Oh, it's so sad when people don't want to learn something. They just don't want to learn.
Pyrax said, quick, more science.
Try how to drive him away. More science. More.
Jaeger collects said, we did science. When?
We just did science. We're done with science now for a while.
Civil engineers said, I love learning.
I would feel kind of bored without having something to learn. What's the
Mr. Rawl
greatest
said,
joy?
Pyrax landed for 72.52. Pyrax said, the science of triangles in structure. Jaeger collects said, I wasn't paying attention. Mr. Rawl said, Headless Weevil 0 landed for 81.77.
Ooh, getting closer. So here's the deal. Here's the deal. I like that one. So here's the deal. I learned quite a while ago. There's no way I can learn everything. So, hey, if I can't learn everything...
Headless Weevil said, my closest was 92. Bricklets
pick whatever
said,
I
but
want.
a little less obvious things than the triangles, please.
I know. It's good. I wanted to go the other way. Because we were talking Mandela effect, multiverses, strange particles. Beetlejuice going supernova. We had so many of these kind of big universe-sized things. I wanted to come down to something small.
Headless Weevil said, my favorite thing when I was doing Auto CAD was Flying Fortress.
My favorite thing was unsupported cantilevers and rotational momentum and inertia issues. And why can't you build people are asking, why can't I have a patio that's suspended over nothing? Like, well, let me explain to you. Fixed end cantilevers. Yeah, if you make them out of solid steel, you could put a lot of big cantilever out, but most people didn't want to do that. So I said, that's why you have posts at the end. Transfer of energy. Follow it. Okay, we covered that. Now you're dragging out my old
Dragon Boots said, howdy.
Okay, so this goes on here.
Bricklets said, for real?
For real what? People they want like 24 cantilevers.
Said, Raw Starscream just failed once again. Now Megatron is going to punish him forever. Scotty Rodden said, at Dragon Boots 1066,
Dragon
hey.
Boots. Hi, Dragon. Once we do all this over here, we got to do the same thing over here. 2, 1, and 1.
Dragon Boots said, at Scotty Rotten 68 yo. Pyrax said, good day at Dragon Boots 1066.
2.
Dragon Boots said, hi at Pyrax.
1 and 1. Yeah, that's what I thought. 4 and the 3. And this one's going to go around here. And this one's going to go around
Civil
here.
engineers said it was like 20 degrees in Texas. The world stops.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's some big-time negative temperatures going on in the U.S. right now and other parts of the world. And I mean negative at Celsius levels, too, which is scary. Fahrenheit goes negative.
The Devonverse said, well, I might go now. I'm going to go to watch my shows.
Okay, you do that, Devin. Thank you for popping in.
Pyrax said, so much negativity in the world.
Okay, I'm going to do 8 of these. There's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're putting a whole layer of these things up. And 1 of these and 2 of these. Putting a big layer around the outside, or probably this side here. Let's see. No, I was wrong. It's this side.
Dragon Boots said, it's snowing again.
It's no kidding. Okay, these. Now we'll craft this around. This one goes here. I think I have one too many of these, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Yeah. 3.
Dragon Boots said, was minus 20 here last weekend. Minus 46 with wind chill factored in.
Wow. That is a bit much. I'm like 1 short? What? Oh, there's supposed to be 8 of these. I think I'm 1 short. 2, 3.
Civil engineers said, made the drink time to have a drink. Pyrax said, that's a tad nippy at Dragon Boots 1066. I like it here.
Thank you for that. Okay, let's just build these. We know what we're doing. directions now are just a mild suggestion. There's one.
Dragon Boots said, though I won't be saying that in summer.
Yeah, it's just extremes on both ends now. I watched a Planet Earth 3. Scared the crap out of me. Rightfully so. Planet's temperature goes up 1.5 degrees from where it's at. We lose 99% of our coral reefs. And that basically creates a food chain cascade. Because the fish that live in the coral reefs won't have a safe place to live. Coral reefs are filtration systems for the ocean. Sorry. Okay, there we go. We did 16. I'm going to go on these front windows over here, just like this. Then we're going to build the cap pieces for them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we're going to build the little roundy 1x2s with a dot underneath them. Ready? Here we go.
Scotty Rodden said, we had about -3°C and still no real snowfall yet.
1, 2. This is zooming along now. And that's okay, because I didn't really want to keep building this for months. You know, this kit needs to come together. I've got other things sitting here I really kind of wanted to work on too. But we decided, actually what we decided on was the lunar lander, but now I have to wait for July for that. Okay. Which is a good thing.
Dragon Boots said, at Scotty Rotten 68 sounds dull and bad for coming water supply.
That's the other thing. Everybody's like, oh, our water problems are over. No, stop it. Don't even think it. Because we had one stellar year does not make our water problems go away completely. Doesn't work that way. Steady supply is the only way we can keep our water supply. Oh, I'm sounding like an environmentalist. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. Okay. So there we go. Got those windows. Now we got to do the pieces up here, which I have in this box. Yep. Windows. Okay. Windows it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 2 of these, and then 4 of these glass pieces. 2, 3. Where's the last?
Scotty Rodden said, Mr. Hull, I just had a sandwich.
Thank you. I know what you're doing, Scotty.
Scotty Rodden said, it was mayo and peanut butter.
Yum. Not. I just turned the page in my book. Okay, anyway.
Scotty Rodden said, time for a nap.
Time for a nap. Oh, you're back again? Okay.
Scotty Rodden said, I'm back.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I know. Stop.
Dragon Boots said, ooh.
Oh, God. Oh, you make me laugh. It's not fair. I'm not a butthead. I try not to be a butthead. Okay, so there we go. The windows are in place. Now we're going to do the cap over fronts area. Here we go. Yep, 2 of those. My toes itch. question. Why do your toes itch? No, they're not full of
Paul Jorgen said, "Are you enjoying the museum?"
I am, actually, Paul. Thank you for asking. I find the museum delightful. I love modulars. I like building buildings. We had civil engineers this year,
Laurel
too.
Skywalker said, "Stop it, y'all. Stop stressing Mr. H out. If Mr. H stresses and then I stress, and I'm moving to Homer, so doing some final packing and disassembling,
I'm not
and I
stressed.
don't need
I'm not
more
stressed.
stress."
No
Paul
stress.
Jorgen said, "I had a fun time building it."
Good. I know a lot of people have built this already. It's not like I am first to the pile of people building this. But it was something I kind of wanted to save for after Christmas, and here we are, after Christmas. All right, now we're going to wrap
Okay.
this
Dragon
I
Boot
have
said,
a
"I
few
get
extra
to display
pieces,
one
but
of
they
my
may or may
MOCs in
not
a
be
state
from
park
this set.
next
They may
month."
be from other things.
even better. Wow.
Watch it. Started rolling.
This is from this.
I have somewhere. I have a Saturn V plastic model. You know, 5+ feet tall plastic model. It got displayed in the window of the model shop toy store, whatever, in the 70s. Bam! I felt really happy about that. Do I have any pictures? No. I don't know. I have no idea where there are any pictures. But it was so much fun building it. Painting it, detailing it, the whole thing. It was wonderful. And then it fell over during an earthquake and cracked. And all the plastic. The cylinders of the various stages, the fuel cell areas, fuel tanks.
Oh, go and get a glass of water.
Thank you, I will. The tanks, were it was so old, it cracked. And then once it cracked, it was doomed. Because it was folded plastic sheets that sealed along the edge to create the cylinders. They did not age well. I don't think they ever anticipated that it would age for 20+ years. But it did. And then once it fell over in the earthquake along
You
with
can only
my
put back
Yamato,
if you haven't done anything.
so sad. Then it just went bye-bye. Lost to history, but not to memory. I remember it. Three. And then this goes around here like this. And this one goes around here like this. And that is completely leveled off.
Scotty Rodden said, "At Dragon Boots 1066, let's go."
Now we're going to do this section. Predictions. Yep. 8211.
Scotty Rodden said, "At LARASKYWALK3R sorry, suspicious coffee mug," said, "Not all things are as solid as Lego."
Correct. This was just plain plastic. Polyurethane plastic, model plastic. It was pretty good. The main parts, the sections that were the caps for the tops and bottoms of the cylindrical sections survived perfectly. They were solid plastic. But the cylinders that made up 80% of the height of the thing, gone. What I should have done, rather than scrapping it, I should have gotten a piece of PVC pipe.
Dragon Boots said,
right down.
"Our LUG is doing some Lego events there with the bricks and minifigs store, and they want things to display, especially nature-themed work. I've been working on a Tree of Life mosaic that's perfect for it."
Awesome. Take and post pictures, please. These are the kind of pictures that we like to go see in the Discord. And that's the best place to post them. People are not getting close today, he says tauntingly to the drop game. Okay, so all these pieces are going to wrap around here. Yep, there they are. Okay, 3.
two are off of this.
Like that.
At least I'm
Long
pretty sure.
piece.
Yes.
I'll take that as a no.
Long, long, long. One,
Nope, not the leaf.
2, 3. Across the back, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2,
Cool, my guy's level 24, so
3, 4, 2, 4, and I'm missing a 3. Because there was only one of them, I don't need a second one. Alright, there we go. And it's a tap tap time.
I'm surprised to see that out there. And not much going on your first job in the middle of a snowstorm.
Arches, really? Okay.
You better keep that shit up there.
Scotty Rodden said, I tapped that too.
Go down to cancel the store
Round
for
it out.
tomorrow.
Creating
Go down to cancel the
archways
store
for the
for
windows.
tomorrow. Kids have been off all week.
These are little guys. 2 of those. 2 of these. 2 more of those. Okay, and above.
Well, there's what, 2 or 3 of us
Okay,
running
and when they're like
shotgun
that,
and your signature.
tap them. There we go. Welcome back.
In a minute, where's Arnie?
Okay. Ta-da.
Back together again.
Yeah.
Okay. No idea what these are.
Would you like me to come help me try to move this thing?
Would I like you to come
Pyramids
help
up
you?
front. Oh, they're internal lights.
One more time.
Well,
They're lights.
I don't want to be causing a break in a second time.
Well, the first time you'll be helping, so.
That's why I don't want to be
Betting
the
that
cause
if
of
I
the
got a
second.
light kit for this, or when I get the light kit for this, actually, since it's not an if.
Okay. Hold
The
this
light kit
part.
for this will replace these with actual LED lights.
Breaking this in.
Just such for sausage fingers. This is not the kind of easy work that I used to look forward to for Lego building. Tap that too. Scotty's too funny. Way too funny. I had to kill him. Lock it together. There we go. So now this is locked together. We're going to put another layer on it. There they are.
That's what she said. Ta-da! Where are your white shelves you got from IKEA?
There we go.
I was wondering if both of them together would be the right length.
They should be.
The first train, the engine is like
That's a
cemented to
technical
the,
term, by the way.
like hooked. to the rail, and then they're each hooked to that. So that's why it doesn't move. Like, excuse you, why do you keep coming off? This time I don't know where.
1 and 1. Almost done with this bag. Again, we are moving like a rocket now. And I'm going to just going to walk away from the screen as it is, and I'm going to go over to the heaters, and I'm going to turn them on because I've had enough.
Ratman Build said, hello, hello, Laura Skywalker said, at Scotty Rotten 68, it's okay, I'm glad I have you all as company. Scotty Rotten said, enough what?
Quite. Like,
I've had enough
it's
of being
just.
cold.
Just.
I've had enough of being cold.
Like, well, not even. It hangs off just to.
We're stacking these up.
On both ends.
There we go.
In theory, we could make it work because it's not going anywhere. Like I said, it's hooked.
Yeah, there it goes, and boom, there it goes, right there across the front. Arched window. Now we're gonna put a whole bunch of white stuff all across the whole thing.
Scotty Rodden said, frig right off Silicon Valley. Try a Canadian winter, eh?
Oh, hey, I didn't say I was colder than anybody else. I'm just tired of being cold myself. And that's a fact. 2 of these. 1, 2.
Scotty Rodden said, try pants.
I have, well, that's true. I am in short pants, but hey, I'm Santa. I can have a short pants. Santa likes his short pants. 2 of these, I think. No, 1 of these.
Laura Skywalker said, just checked the area weather. It's gonna rain all weekend?
Yeah. Theoretically. I haven't seen it yet.
Pyrex said, heading off for the evening. Have a great rest of stream. See you soon. Dragon
good night,
Boots
Pyrex.
said,
Thank you for
at
science.
Scotty Rotten 68, try a docket in winter. Stream Elements said, have fun helping the elves build Lego sets at Pyrex.
We're wrapping this section, and I don't mean wrapping. I mean wrapping.
It's but yet not short because that
Scotty
seems
Rodden
like the wrong
said,
way to
I bet
have
all
the
that
train.
rain hard to shovel off the driveway.
You know, because the object is you're supposed to be able to see the people. You know, like see the scenes.
You know Teslas have auto defrosting capability for the entire car.
So it shows it
Windows,
the other direction.
top, front, back, whatever. They can fully defrost themselves.
It's right, but we would just put it the other direction.
Name another car that can do that. I don't know. There probably is one, but I was impressed.
I did do it because it shows facing the other direction.
There we go. Wrapped it around.
And
now we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Yep.
No, like I said, we would just have to face in the other direction.
One of those.
Don't tell Matt talking about the new toy.
Zraf Smiley said, where's your lug, dragon?
Okay.
Dragon Boots said, at Scotty Rotten 68, I have a snowdrift in my garage.
There's also another new toy.
2 of these. 4 of these. And then we just have 1.
Dragon Boots said, at Zraf Smiley here in Sioux Falls.
All the right pieces. I have 4 of these, 2 of these, 1 of those, 1 of those, 2 of those, and 2 of those. Okay, here we go. Other side. across the